Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. A cloud foundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
So VM is used for messaging as a messaging broker between new applications and simple messaging broker, right? The 4 operations in the VM component publish. One publish to consume and listener. And fourth one is publish, consume. The 4 operations, just you need to know and practice once. That is enough. And in last session, we discussed about publish and consume. So these are both one-way operations. One-way means if you develop a flow and you configure a component called publish. So what publish will do is will publish a message to the VM queue. In the VM queue, there is a queue. Is there a name, any name to this? You can give name to this. So it will publish a message to this queue and move ahead processing the next message. Move ahead and next process will process that message, but it will not expect any response from the VM. Just publish one way and execute the next process. But in the VM, if you define any queue, if you name any queue VM1 or any queue, in the last example I given name as a VM1. It is internally, it has 2 channels. Every queue has 2 channels. One is a primary channel and second is a replay channel. So primary and what is other one? Replay channel. Replay queue. It is primary queue and replay queue. So each queue has that 2 channels. Exactly, each queue has 2 channels. One is for taking the input and one is the giving the output. Like that you can remember, like that input and output. Publish always places in the input. It will not expect any response from the output queue. Just put the message over here and move forward to the next process. Whereas a consume also. To configure a consume, and if you configure to a queue, take the message from the queue like you configure a VM1. What happens is go to the primary channel and take some message and go to the next process. Right, so these two. This is also one way. This is, publishing the message to the channel and this is consuming the message to the channel. That's it. Vera has the next 2 components. These 2 components, listener and publish. These are 2-way components. It's not. Oh, listener and publish, consume. These 2 components are 2-way components. Okay, let me give you one small example and I can show you the any point to be okay. I configure a flow. And as part of the processing, I configure a component. This is called VM publish consume. Pub and consume. I'm leaving this pub and consume. This is VM publish consume component. Okay, so what it will do is it will publish a message to the VM queue. To the primary channel. Some people call as a main channel main queue. Every channel, it will publish some message. It will expect the response from the reflect channel. There are a few components. You can't figure out part of the flow. The control won't move further until it has a response from the reflection. Oh, it puts a message in the primary channel and waiting for response on the reflect channel. It's blocked for some time. This is one way and it's waiting for the service. And there is one more component. A listener. So far, all the three components we discussed are event processes. What are cons? Publish, consume, publish, consume. These three components are event processes. They do processing on that event. Whereas the one component in the VM stack that is called listener, that is event source. Listener. Listener. Listener by definition. What is meant by listening? It's keep on listening for a messages. That guy is called listener. We have HTTP listener. What HTTP listener will do? HTTP listener. Keep on listening for a messages. Yes. We saw T. Listener. In your examples. As part of HTTP listener, we configure one port. We configure. So there is one port in your machine. 8 array in your system. The listener always checking for messages in 8 or 81. Just keep on checking every 1 second, 2 seconds. There is some time configured internally. Every second, just keep on checking. From your postman. Post, if you give localhost 881, postman will put a message in 881 port. So your listener will take out that message and process it. Right. So the fundamental is listener is a guy is always, checking on a port or on a place. Also, in VM, listener will tell where it has to listen. Okay, I tell that the VM please listen on the VM1 queue. So just keep on listening for messages on the VM1 queue. When you find a message in VM1 queue, it takes a message and it processes that message. After processing finishes, it puts the message back to VM, but it puts in a replay queue, not in the main queue. Take the message from primary queue, process the message, and after processing it places the message in the replay queue. Right? That's the VM listener. Listener. So it listens where? Where does it listen? It listens in the queue or listen is in, I don't know. Like I don't know what. What does it listen at the beginning? Listener listens on the queue. Primary channel. So it checks. It checks the primary channels all the time. So your example like HTTP listener. Yeah. Is that what you're talking about? Yes, I give an example. HTTP listener. Always listen on the port. You can't pick up. Yeah. Where the VM listener, it listens the main queue of the VM. Exactly. Correct. And the main queue of the VM is not n. It's something that you have to define first, right? Yes. Define first. The system MuleSoft or the studio we have. It doesn't create one by itself. It doesn't exist unless you create, right? The VM listener. The queue I mean. Queue. Queue as part of the VM configuration, we need to create a queue first. Okay, once you create, then you can let VM listener listen to queue. And then it checks every time. Yeah. If there are message in the queue. Yeah. And then if you bring it in and inside the flow to process those message. Exactly. It will then process it and it puts back the answer into the reply queue exactly. Excellent. Now I understand. Thank you. Very good. Wonderful. So now this guy, right? The first guy I told, this publish consume component guy. So this guy places the message in the primary queue and waiting for the message on the reply queue. Right? Yeah. So once the listener finishes and places that message in the reply queue, it picks up message. Then it moves further from this component to this component. So these two should be configured as a as a batch, because if you configure only publish consume and you don't configure listener mix, your publish consume will time out. Yes. So you have to have VM listener. Exactly. Then after that you have a publish consume. So you can define in any manner. Order is not important, but these two has to be fine in your application. Okay, because these two are two-way components, because the publish consume is placing the message in the primary queue and expecting the response on the reply queue. Right. Until it gets response on the reply queue, it won't move further. It's blocked here itself. Whereas listener is taking the message from the primary queue and after processing it is replying on the reply queue. Right. Oh. So somebody, another channel has to pick it up from the reply and do something with the events or the message. Yeah. This guy reads the process, the message and put in the reply, and then either publish consume or consume can write. Can go there and pick it up. Consume can access only the main queue. It takes the message from the main queue only. I see. Consume only access to the main. Exactly. That is one different. How about the publish? Publish also plays in the main queue. So the only other channel that we can use is the public consume. Exactly. After the VM tree listen. Got it? People has, one doubt. Always my student ask. The doubt is see both consume and listener. Both are consuming the messages from the VM. Okay, then what's the difference between consume and listener? Consume and listener. Consume also consume the message from the queue. VM also consume the message from the queue. Listener also consuming message from the queue. Then what is the difference between consuming using consume component and consuming using listener component? Yeah, I think the way you explained to me was that the consume can only consume message from the main channel or main queue. Okay, that's it. That's it. Where the listener it can also get information from listens the main queue, but it puts the message into reply queue. Yeah, that's true. But in terms of consuming the message. Yeah, in terms of consuming the message. So the primary difference is but consume C. One consumes the queue right, and the other one listens. So here also consuming from the consuming message from the VM1 queue, and this is also listening messages on the VM1. So the primary difference is in the behavior. They are consuming the message. If you observe the consume, somebody triggers this listener from the postman will get the message. Okay, so it doesn't listen, it just consumes the message. Whereas the listener, nobody need to involve this one. The queue. And the other one consumes that somebody will tell the consumer consume when pick up the message. Then it will go into the message. Yeah, got it? So that is, I don't know why we make you know. It's very simple the way that they define it or instruct it. But somehow, I don't know. And we think it's more than you know. We're thinking it's more than what the name. You know what the name says. But it's okay. So you're right. One listens the queue and then does whatever they need to be done after. And where the consume one, somebody has to tell that to consume the message. Okay. So that is a primary difference between consumer and the listener. Okay. But so this is very important. Like people often confuse like it's like you in the main queue. Every queue the replay queue is. Ideal means replay queue. Always people focus on the main queue. Okay, even if you read any kind of stuff in the books, in the articles, they won't do the idea about the replay queue. Actually, how this message, you know. Then for two-way communication, there are two channels. One is a main channel, replay channel only for two-way communication. So that you need to understand. Then let me quickly give an example of the publish consume also okay. Configuring one more. This one I'm giving path as /pub consume, publish consume. So this publish consume component. It's too like consume. It needs to be. Somebody has to tell them to. So it requires input, right? So it's waiting some. It's waiting for someone like a listener to ask either publish or consume. I'm sorry. Yeah, like you know the difference between the public consume and what do you call the input? Like you were saying earlier, oh, I'm sorry. The difference between listener and public consume, still public consume. Somebody has to tell it. To go there, publish it or consume. Where a listener and it listens to queue. Exactly. Got it. Only listener is the only component in the VM stack. It is an event source, right? Rest of all the three components are event processor. Means somebody. That's right. That's right. Event processor. Event processor only. When you are configuring the first time the VM component, right? That time you need to create the queues. Create the queues. Like VM1, VM2 are created queues. First component. Next component onward, you can use that configuration or you can create some more queues. That depends upon your requirement. See, I'm using this configuration called VM config. VM config is a configuration, already has two queues. Okay, VM VM2. So if you want to use, you can use this configuration to publish and consume, or you don't want to use this configuration. You want to create a new configuration. That's fine. Then what you can do is, instead of choosing this one list add one. And I am adding edit in line. I am adding one more queue. Something like I'm giving the name as VM2. Oh, let me see the configuration name as VM config1. You can use that also to customize you want. Now I'm publishing 2. You have to give a name. Sorry. Let me see the configuration now. CVM config is the one configuration that has two queues and V2. And I have one more VM configuration. The name of that VM config1 or you want to change the name, also VM config1 by default comes. And it has the queue called VM2. Right? Yeah. So now in your components, when you're publishing or consuming, you can choose using which configuration you're using. You're using VM config or VM config1. In the publish, I'm using the configuration of VM config. Right. In the consume, I'm using configuration VM3 config. Yeah. Also, if you want to change, I can change the configuration. I can use VM config1. Okay. Great. So depends upon our requirement. We can choose that one. What I find is your project may have multiple VM configurations. That's my intention. Right. So I've published. I mean, like maybe one that listens and the other one might be publish and consume. And maybe the other one is published again. Now the listener. Also, I'm using the VM config one. Now what I'm doing is I'm publishing a message over here. And that message is consumed by your listener. Right? And here what I'm doing is I'm adding some kind of separate component. Some message I'm printing over here. This message payload, something can process. So we discussed about debug process, right? The other process, the debug process. Debug, how to debug the new application. The debug process. I think we touched it in the first couple of sessions where we can put a marker or breakdown. Breakpoint. Yeah. That's important. We need to see. We can see or what variables are created. What payload? What are the attributes? Are there? Yes, that's right. Any point of time you want to check, you can check. If something is going wrong, that's quite useful. The debug is quite useful. Don't worry. Anytime, while discussing some complex examples also, I will show the debug. Oh. So now it is deployed. Now I want to use this component and publish something over here. So I'm going to Postman. What's the path I've used? I used a path called popcorn. And what port I'm configured? Right. So in the Postman 8085, I'm using popcorn. Pop. And I'm posting some message over here. I'm posting a text message. I'm passing some random message. Once. Do you want to do attributes? The payload. I don't want to get listeners. Some simple text message I want. I can tell you how dynamically we can capture and data. So, send us a response. But that gives a different component. Set payload is not supporting that. Okay, so I'm going to post a message. Save it. It's sorted. I'll send this order. This order got processed right. Yeah, okay. What's in the payload? How I'm getting that response is. So here, this consume. Consume by OK. I will put that down. Now you are seeing my any points to the right. Any points to you. Okay. Somebody is on my. It is not acting okay. So this consume component, this publish component, what we will do is this will publish to the QA right. Yeah. Publish the main queue, and this listener will pick up that message from the main queue. Okay, and listener processes. What is happening is, let's try to capture this one. So here multiple things you need to understand, Adam. So I post a string message, and what this listener will do, convert this to new event message that we discussed, right? Attributes, payload, and variables, right? Yeah. So that is given to the publish component, but new event is given to publish component. New events, yeah. But component, what this publish component will do? We configured one queue, right? The queue name is given as Q2. Okay, it has the primary channel and replay channel. So right now it has new event in hand. Publish consume will do is it converts new event to the VM message. Okay. So VM message. The VM message structure is standard messaging structure like header and body. Error on body. So whatever is in the payload, the content is copied to the body. Body. Yeah. Okay. And by the header, default puts something, but we don't have any control on the header. We put some headers inside header section. And it's given to your VM to primary channel. The body goes to the primary channel. Channel okay. And what the listener is doing? The listener is always checking messages on the primary channel. Okay. So once this component puts the message in the primary channel, it picks up that message. It picks up that message and give it to this. Now, what is this message? This message is VM message, right? Yeah, because this guy is converted to VM and put the VM message inside. So the VM listener is capable of understanding the VM message. That's right. That's right. Then it converts that VM message to the new events. Payload section. Payload component. The payload component modifies the payload. Whatever payload, existing payload, it modifies it. And what payload it puts is, I just defined that payload. So this is this order guard. This is the payload. It puts that it replaces this message. Oh. The logger will not do anything, but anyway, after that it's processing. The same new event is given back to your VM listener. Okay. So what VM listener will do is it converts the response new event to VM message again. And that VM message is put in the reply channel. So this publish confirm component is waiting for response in the reply channel. Once this listener, the listener puts the message in the reply channel, it picks up that message and sends it back to your postman. Therefore, the postman is able to see that message. So when we got a response back on the what do you call the postman? It means it went through all of that and we get the results back from the public publish consume channel. Yeah. So okay. If you could go back to your postman now, and is this how you configure right now? Like this one, the order get processed. This one, popcorn. Popcorn I configure right now. So that's the second, that's the listener. Then the listener HTTP listener popcorn. Which one is there? HTTP listener. HTTP. Oh, so then that's the first one, right? Yeah, popcorn. So popcorn then went to the publish consume. Yeah. And then it published the message into the VM, right? Beaming. Correct. And then the listener sub and the second subflow and the listener listens to the queue. The VM Q1 and then set the payload and then locked, right? Then after that, the publish consume read the message from the reply queue. Exact. And then publish it in the Postman. You know it did very quick though it was. We were not waiting much. It was very fast. Exactly so. So can you for just configuration wise, can you go one more time the tabs what's configure? What? Okay, sure. See the first component we call this is the write HTTP. Yeah. This is to take the message from the postman. That's right. And they call it popcorn. And it's popcorn. The path is popcorn. Path is popcorn. Okay, and the host, localhost 885. So that is configuration of your HTTP. Next, I configure a component called publish consume component. Okay. Here I am referring the configuration as VM config1. This is a configuration referring. Okay. See that VM config1. It has one queue. The queue name is VM Q2. Right. I can refer this configuration. I know. You have a choice, yeah. But this one we're using VM Q2. So I'm publishing the payload. Smart payload, I'm coming from the client. The same payload I'm putting over here. Okay. That puts the message in the VM Q2. Yeah. Right, okay. Then yeah. And see if it is C. One more configuration is timeout configuration timeout 5 seconds. Oh. Okay, what is timeout 5 seconds? Do you have any idea, Adam? So it okay? I think yeah. So let me see if we can understand. So you will connect to the VMQ2 and put some message. If there is a problem or something like that, it's going to TM out after 5 seconds. So it puts the message on the main queue and waits for the response on the replay queue, right? Okay, so this one, it doesn't wait much. It's 5 seconds. 5 seconds. So within 5. So 5 seconds waiting to the reply. Replay queue. Does it get answers in 5 seconds? It's less than 5 seconds, right? Yeah. Because the listener puts a message and listen. There is much processing there. The listener only set. Payload is there. Logger is there. It won't take that much time, right? Oh, okay. But normally you in real world work situation. You expand that time, right? Is that? If your listener has so much computation, database lookups and some other computation, it's processing. Sometimes, therefore, we put that much of amount of time, whatever time is. Now thank you. Thank you. So now then, and it published that into the VM queue too. And then after that the listener, the second one and VM listener kicks in right. This one took a message from the channel. So this one comes in. It looks the VM queue too. Yes. And okay. And then grab is the. So this time we don't tell them what the message is, just grab whatever. The VM queue too. Right? Whatever. It doesn't care what kind of message it is, it just grabs whatever the VM queue 2 has in the primary channel. In the primary channel. So it grabs there. And then it creates a new payload. Yeah. And the payload, you put it where something got processed. And that it got logged. Then after that, the consume publish consume gets the response back. From. Okay, so okay. Whenever it okay, we've set the payload. And when we set the payload, is that when it sends the message back to the reply channel. No, just we are modifying the payload over here. It's not, it won't send, just we're changing the payload. Yeah, we changed the payload. Yeah, then what? After that, it wants to log. Yeah, log it. We are just saying, but if you put it, print something, you print it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So then he went back to the message flow. Message to reply. And when it comes to message flow, then it puts stuff in the reply channel. And then public consume gets the. So I have a question then, why don't you put a log or something? You could put it over here. I have a question. So, okay, so this is right now. We're not seeing. Like I want to see what the reply channel has. What the reply. That is invisible. Actually, the contents of the queues and channels in the VM. So what then? What we don't know is that the last message you got, where it says that something got processed. We don't know if that is coming from on the second flow or that's coming from after publish consume. We don't know. It's from second for itself, right? We did modifications in a second. You don't know exactly. We can do. But in this case, we do modifying or you know the payroll and sending back to reflect. So you're right. You set the payload, you locked it, and you know there is hard to see like from here. What information that the reply. What do you call that? That approach and a queue has. I don't know. But hopefully we'll learn more later. But I think by now I understand the concept. At this point, I just want to understand how the message flows on, how the logic works. And later, I think when we have a real-time situations. Yeah, no, I think we'll see that and things under the hood. Clear about this to one way to a main channel, the channel. That's right. Yeah. Right. To do some of this example, Then you get the idea of what that. That's right. Next thing is, let's see. This always, any confirmation you need on the graphical end of the source code and try to see what code got generated. The source code mode. Oh, see how this VM. The response is happening. All the information got created in the source code. So this understanding is necessary. And if you see every component, right, every component has some unique ID. So talk is a unique ID for the only component is automatically got created. When you configure a component, a unique ID got associated with that component. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to tell us that. So unique ID for each level component is not that unique ID, publish the unique ID, logger the unique ID. What the unique ID is? Go to configuration. For this listener, this talk could read right. This is unique ID got generated here. ID. Okay, this ID identifies this component uniquely. Where is VM config? This is a unique ID for VM config. VM config was a unique ID. Okay, so as of now, and there's a significance of this uniqueness. Later, when you're comparing them unit and other kind of stuff, then you understand the importance of unique ID. Just remember that each component has a unique associated with the component. So doc, what is a doc? Yeah? Is that doc? What is that? What is a doc? The dossier? Docoread? What does it stand for? It's like a document identification number. Oh, it's document ID. That's fine, okay. And next step I want to discuss is a very important one. Two things I want to discuss. First, I discuss the properties and then I go to the waiver. Let me go to the properties section. Seeing your project, right, in real time, right, we have environments, right. We have the dev environment. And we have the QA or test environment. And we have the prod. Some people call it as a U8. And finally production, prod environment, QA or test, right? We have test environment, development environment and UAT environment. What's OR? User acceptance test. User acceptance test. So before going production, we will showcase our application to the client. The client will verify that application. Is the application as per his expectations or not? That is user. As per the user means client, over here the end client. So if he satisfies, then he moves to the production. Finally, right? Our goal is we need to move our application to the production so that our customers can use our application right. That's right. So before that, we won't directly do the, deployments and production. We need to do the development, the dev environment. After we get confidence, okay, our application is working good. And we deliver our application to the test environment. So our testing team will do the rigorous testing on our application. Right. They do testing and they identify bugs. And we fix the bugs and push the QA. So the cycle is going on. After some time, our application is stable. QA guys are satisfied. Then they give sign off. This application has, very minimal bugs and no bugs. We can move this application to production. They give sign off. Then we deploy to the UR. And finally, we deploy to the production, right? But here why I am discussing all this kind of, this concept is a Mule software. The Mule software. What you need to do is you need to connect different kinds of edge systems. For example, we need to connect to databases. Right. So database is source of the data where the data resides. Right. So do we have only one database for all environments? We could have multiple. Right, production is a database. It is live information where your customers are using. This database we can't use for development, right? So, while developing the product, we take some samples. Small database which has less capability. And we develop product based on this database. This is a development database. We don't expect much in the performance of the production. So, development database, right? So, we use the development database. And after that, QA team uses QA database. QA team has a Q database. And finally, we move to the product database. Right. Maybe this is running on one IP address like 102.1.2. Maybe this is running on 226.5.2. And this is running on 68.29.62 point something. Every database is running on different machines. Right. So when you are configuring your Mule application, you are developing the application. And your task is you need to push information to database. You need to insert a required database. Then develop a component that will insert to database. Which database you configure? If you configured your database, what happens? It always, insert request to your database. Right. Yeah. So what you do? When you are moving your product, your application to QBA, you need to change to the QA environment. Write this point into the then point to QA environment. When you are deploying to the production, you again go and change this configuration to point to the production environment. Right? Always you need to do change, right? Yeah. So that is not recommendable. If you do any change, that has to test again. If you do any change in the code, that has to move to test and then only go to production. Before the testing, you should not go to production. Because therefore, the change is not recommended, a change are not encouraged. Same product. Whatever product we develop, that has to go to the QA and that has to go to production. The change is not encouraged. Then how you manage these things? How you manage different kinds of configurations. And are you getting my? Yeah. Actually, I'm following very well. So this is the, what do you call that? I don't know if you hear. I think you know this like a CI/CD thing. So, like every time you make a change or update the code, you need to be tested and, get a user acceptance. And then, so you cannot be changing all the time. Perfect. Excellent. Right. So for that, how the Mule manager sees. This is the application you're developing as opposed to developing some customer API application. Customer API application. We manage something called property files for each environment. So the dev has dev property file. In other words, it's called a YAML file. Devia file. And for QA, we manage one more file. It's a QA file. And prod. We manage one more file. That's a prod file. Prodilile. So what this file contains? This file contains the configuration related to the dev environment. If we have a dev database, what is the host where the dev database is, configured? What is the port number? What is the username password? All the stuff related to the dev environment. Dev database configuration. All the environment related to the dev. Information. The production. We manage the production database configuration. Production IP address production. Port number, all the stuff, like a kubia. Oh. So you develop the code. And you take the configuration from that. You don't hard code the code. Just you take the configuration from the YAML file. You refer the YAML file and take the configuration. Okay. When you are deploying to the dev, you refer to the dev YAML file. When you are deploying to the production, you refer to the production YAML file. But here we won't hard code any IP address, anything, something like that. Just we refer things from the YAML file. Right. So this is a concept. Let me do one simple example. Then you understand. Yeah. So let me go to one simple project. We create one project. The project is called something like a EL properties demo. I'm creating a project. And in this project, what I'm doing is I'm configuring one simple user. As of now, I'm configuring it to A3. Path has something like, okay. So it's calling some service. I'm calling some service like HTTP request. The other day, I showed you the other day's request. I'm calling some service. The service is like, what service should I call? I'll call some dummy service. I call. So I call this service wow. There's something like this exists. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't know. There's something like that we can play with online. That's nice. This service I call. This service is called. These two services I call. Okay, this takes one, this takes two. Okay? Everyone know. Configuration. The host name I give as host name. It's the base URL. It's the host name. Host name. This is the base URL. Here is the base URL. It's way up. That is the base. Yeah, I saw it. Just edit that. At the top. Yeah. Yeah. This is a path. Finally, it's got. The students came. It puts together students came. So something. This is not a question. Then if you see the configuration, the mirror state example, the API is flashing. Okay, good. Now let me run this one. Let me check it's working or not. So the client, I give it as a rate lead. I remember that one. Yeah. And the path called it. You call it dev right. That is fine. So I'm getting that. Look at that. Right. Now cool. Now what my requirement is. This is a development. When dev this will come. When prod. So it's not reasonably sounding, but just assume that this is data coming from the prod. This is coming from the dev. Something like that. Yeah. So my main concept is how I'm managing how I'm managing the environments. That is the focus over here. Okay. So now if you observe this file, see host is 0.0.2. So host means it's work only on the local host. If I deploy this, application to that production also, you are hard coding the host, right? So what I'm doing is, I don't want hard code like this. I want to create something like property files. So I'm creating over here. Right click on this folder. Resource. New and select file. I'm giving the name as DataWeave. I'm creating one more file. Assume I have two environments to dev and production. Prodium. So in the DataWeave, I'm configuring what is my first component. Let me close all this stuff. It's not no more required. First, I'm creating all the stuff. Closing all the stuff now. I'm opening the dev YAML file. I'm opening the production YAML file. I'm opening my properties file. So now this listener is there, right? This is the configuration is different for dev environment and different for production environment. Right? It listens to HTTP. This is the one. So assume for dev it is 80883 port and for production 8285 port. Okay. So here in the dev YAML file, you know YAML, right? YAML is a way we associate data in a parent-child relationship. What do you call it? It's like, what do you call it? I forget the word. Yeah, I forget the word. The YAML is for it's like another model language. Now I want to define child for the HTTP key. For that I need to do one tab. HTTP. Host is in my case the local host or 0.20. You can do localhost, yeah? And this is the dev YAML file. For dev, I'm assuming 883 is the port. Right. And we have a path. The path I use is /dev. Okay. And I'm requesting. I have an instruction HTTP request. Request. Request as host. So this is the request component. Request component. The host of the request component. This is from my dumb example. And what it will take. Let's see. It's from HTTP. Two points. Now I'm defining the same thing to my production also. Production. I want to make this HTTP file. This is the path. There I put the right and production. I want to call this service my service. This service. Everything is same, but the path is changed too. My slash one. So the production. Here instead of hard coding, the specific thing. I want to refer from this property files. So how I refer is, instead of putting 0.2 dot places. If it's a parent, places. Right. And when you configure this listener, see if you see over here, this is my site. Configure this listener. The path I am giving as dot places. Right. So I'm giving this one. Post means this one. What means HTTP path? So I configure this from the property files. I'm not, hard coding anything over here. Right. Like a request also I change. I change like I don't do hard code over here. The three levels of it. HTTP is a parent. Request is child. Post is a parent and post is child of request. Right. How can I know? Oh, request and post. This is the right. HTTP request. I want to do this one. Come on. Here also I can change. So last one. I'm not sure I follow you. And why you use a request? There's nothing in the request. This is the request. Is right child of issue. I define like that, okay. So you have HTTP. HTTP has those three things. Yeah, the question has one, two or three things. Exactly. So under host HTTP, you grab the host. And HTTP and HTTP request. Even you can. You can make this as a parent. HTTP is also top level. That is also fine. Because the top level is also fine. Oh, what I mean is I want to make this request. So you can say HTTP dot. You can say so. To get to the request, you have to use HTTP. HTTP dot request. That's request. Then that what host? Then this will come. Thank you. HTTP dot request dot post. Oh, you use different like that. HTTP dot request dot post. This value. Yeah. This, yeah, is for right. Copy this thing. Stop this part. What's the base for the component? Stop post and put in the base. Finally, over here, copy this stuff. And now I'm doing changes in the source code. Stop this part. Stop this part. See. Of course that whatever that you need. Now see, everything is nothing. Hard code is there. Everything you are referring from the property file. Yeah. Okay. So there is no environment specific configuration is there. Everything I'm referring from the property file. No, even though you have a totally two different files. There's nothing here that shows you where the file path is. So how does he know where to get the information under the proper another resource? Very, very good question. Excellent question. Main resource. Grocus. This is really fascinating how you know. This is really amazing thing. One thing I do, at the end of the day, you want to avoid the repetitive task, so I like when things are set up this way. And also I like the specification of Ramo thing. That too is a great design. And so that you want to think to be a dynamic, right? You don't want to hard code anything. So I'm enjoying it, my friend. Oh, I want to develop. I would define suffix to do, that is my goal. If you want to do that, what I need to tell, you need to pick up from this part. There we have it, right? Go to global elements and then we are creating configuration. Create some configuration. Global configuration. Global configuration. I will tell you which file I have to pick up. So as soon as I pick up the data, see, there is one configuration. That part is referring to the, the referring is, this property is what configured over here. Global configuration. Global configuration. Configuration properties. We need to tell which file it has to refer. So as of now, I'm giving as a deviom so that it looks into deviom. This configuration looks for a specific host. This will get configured. Let me speak with configure. Let me declare this one and let me show you. So while this one is going on, I have a question. And on the global elements. Or maybe I might be configuration XML. Do you like next step configuration XML? I did see that you put the file and like a line 13. The system put that But at the top you're asking to go like a HTTP request that hosts that kind of stuff. So does it matter the order that it is laid out here? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. On a global only. It's only for the one. No problem. Yeah. Now if I test it right. So no listener for endpoint dev. I didn't find that you've been. It was the configuration. It's a new part. It's it. The listener is the report. It's not part, right? But yeah, this is not a production. I forgot to remove the stack. Yeah. I'd say it's not it. So what we asked you for, right? It worked. Now, if you want to record a production, then what are you doing? I need to change the dev to prod, right? Prod. I'm saving it. Chee. Stop. Stop. I just changed the property. If I get different. She got a different output. Right. It's not a product. I get in response. It's not there. Right? It's product. Yeah. It's prod, yeah. Of- What is not a 60, right? I'm going to request for employee 1. You have to add a UI parameter. Right. Yeah, or that's what that time when the server is busy. That's not our issue. Even if you want to change the environment also, I need to go and change the file. Right? This is not good. Oh wait. I need to change the source code. It's not good. Right. But you make a copy. You want to add another line, or how does it work? Yeah, exactly. When you configure, you could tell my deployment. I want to try to be production. I want to protect that parameter. You need to pass externally while deploying. Okay. So what I'm doing is, I'm not hard coding over here. I'm just giving you as a case for that. $. I'm doing this as my placeholder. So while deploying, I need to pass this in place. So you want to reply to production or you want to. This has to pass a runtime. I'm closing this one. One configurations. There's something like arguments. To pass the argument as -d. To pass anything, I need to give as -t and what is my variable name. Right. I can be a Dinvi. See you again. Yeah. I'm passing as a dev. Yeah. Why dev? Why dev? If you want to give it in prod, whatever environment you can. You want to give that thing, you give on dev, but then you're hard coding. This one, while running. Not a hard coding in the in the source code. Right? But you make in the environment in dev. You make it to be in dev. See, but this thing right. But here I'm passing the value over here. Yeah. So it will be right on the table. In the, in the Mule application, I'm not doing any change. Mule application is same. Oh, so when you right click to go an argument, you were right clicking on the dev, or you right click in the property, project, run configurations, other properties, and you create the argument. That's the part. That's what I don't understand. Now, the whole purpose of using environment was that we don't have to hard code whether it's a dev or tech or prod. Yeah. But the argument you're passing as a hard. Your hard coded is dev. Here I'm not hard coding that. I'm passing this. No, here is perfect. You're passing the environment variable. Right. But under the configuration was the place that went like a run project. What is the place that you want to create the argument? Yeah, run configuration. Here it is in the product. Which product you want to run the conference? Okay. Is that, and you click the arguments. And if you can arguments, and then you say /d equal to dev, right? You know the value there. You're pointing the argument to dev, to development, right? Yeah. So if you want to do a production, what do you do? Then, yeah. So if I pass the data, and what happened to this? So then, what are we saying then? One, when this product is running. So we're saying then I don't know. So are we saying then this project is only dedicated to run against one environment? Right. The same product, right? You will depend on environments. And you know something like that. So yeah, my intention is I want to define the application to the dev environment. Okay, so I'm not modifying any code in the application. Just I'm modifying over here. But I'm with you on a person there. But the argument you pass in is a dev. Yeah. And if we run this application in production, we have to then change the argument to broad. And that to me is also another hard coding stuff that we could avoid, isn't it? It's not hard coding. This is no externally passing the value for this. You see any variable, I need to pass value. Right, if I pass the over here, it will become dev. and it'll become broad. It will be broad. Okay, but in argument. But when we pass an argument, yeah, we have to tell it. Right. We have to tell whether the dev or broad. So if you pass this argument externally from external side, now if you're going to see a CD, then we pass this variable from this. We will pass this value. Okay. So this thing, my properties demo application, I am not changing anything. I'm not seeing any file if I close all the files. Any file in the properties demo from external end, I'm passing the value for that. Right. Yes. So now it is depending to dev. My port is 8283 and my path is dev. I'll get value for the dev. Now I'm not changing anything in my, in my project. I'm just going to run configuration. And what I'm doing is for this project properties, no project. DMV as broad. And I will declare to the production server. Something like that. This time, declare to production OK. So to the production data. Or get that according to that. It's like, alright, cool. Yeah, that's really remarkable. It's really great. So this concept is like this, we will. The main motto is, we should not hard code the postcode and tomorrow we can't be database for database. We do conflict. I was posted up a sport. Now we have different databases like production. Like for dev database configuration, we do the reusable file. But here the database component should not contain any specific configuration. Okay, it has generic configuration pointing to these files. Got it. Then today, my agenda is, I like to discuss about the most important concept in the Mule. The two very important concepts you need to master in Mule is one, for example, EPA development, EPA design and development. Okay, so that we see Ramble, data types, examples, all that stuff, right? That is one, and the second is the transformation. Data view transformation if you are taking a role of a software developer. (75 to 8% of your job mostly focused on these two areas. Rest of the thing, just configuration, only just component configuration. There is no logic you need to define. Only in these two areas, you need to do some sort of coding and some logic. You need to define. Okay, so can you say one more time? The first one is FPI design, right? Yeah, correct. We talked about the Ramble. Yeah, and move. What do you call the? What contains the design like Ramble and what Ramble? You need to understand there is some business requirement provided to you. You need to go through that requirement. you need to identify the resources. What are different resources in that requirement? Yeah, and for that resource, you need to add the methods. Get put first, and that's right. That's right. So whenever I heard API design in Mold, it's Ramble. We're talking about, yes, Ramble. Okay, and there are different kinds of APIs. We'll see. There are some system APIs, process APIs, experience APIs. Yeah, we'll see that one. Oh, the second one you say is API what? Is it called a development or the system? The first one, you call it API design. Yeah, design part. This one and the DataWeave is what is a development. DataWeave is a transformation language. Okay, transformation, that's what I meant. A MuleSoft primary transformation language. So see, as a broker, you are sitting between different systems, right? MuleSoft is sitting between different systems, right? So this MuleSoft taking messages from source system and delivering the message to target system. So what's the primary activity is doing? Transforming the incoming message to the outgoing message, right? That's right. So therefore, data view is one of the critical activity in the view. Okay, so the transformation, the data is a transformation is very critical activity in the view. So this transformation we perform using the data view language. Yeah, alright, yeah. So let me take you some slides. So this is a very basic session and we see some advanced concepts also today. Okay. So let's start with the fundamentals of the data view. And it talks about data view is a critical transformation, critical activity in any application integration. And data view is a programming language designed for transforming data. It's a definition of data view. It's a programming language using that we transform the data transforming itself from incoming to outgoing, right? So DataView is a MuleSoft primary language for data transformation. And this thing DataView, expression language used to configure components and the characters inside view. Earlier, we saw the DataView expression language, right? I showed you the syntax like this hash and the square brackets. You remember? Yeah, okay, hash and square bracket. Yeah, in the flow, right? Yeah, this is data view expression language. Okay, this is data view expression. This is used in our components to extract the mule event. Yeah, and we see attributes, also the L attributes. That query params, that's something you can do, right? So you do. You extract the mule event. We use this data view expression language. Write and data view allows user to easily perform read, pass data from one format and transform it and write to different formats. So this takes data view, reads the incoming format, transform that and delivers the outgoing format, output format. Right? So let us see how the data view actually internally works and transforms the data. Okay, so this slide see what our goal is. We need to transform XML document to the JSON document. Okay, right, one sec. So we need to transform the XML to JSON. Yeah, so for that, there are three primary components inside the data view. Okay, so like the reader component, data view engine or executor and writer components. These are all internal only. We are not going to see these components while data view is executing. This is what we are discussing, is how the transformation happening inside the data. We do not worry about the reader component or writer component. Okay, just I'm explaining how the data view performs transformation. What are the internal components out there? Okay, so my goal is I want to transform XML to JSON. So there is a reader component. It takes that incoming XML and it transforms to some common format called DDView format. DView stands for data view format. Okay, so this data view format is based on the XML, how XML looks like. Based on that, it generates a data view format. That data view format is given to the data view engine as an input. So data view. Here, actually this component contains a data view script, actual transformation script. So this transformation script is executed on the incoming data view format. And it generates another data view format. This is incoming data view format. This is outgoing data view format. Okay, this data view format generated by executing the code on the incoming data view format, right? And this executed data view sent to the writer component, and writer transforms this format to the JSON. Okay, so this is entirely internal thing. Okay, internally the transformation happens in this manner. So make sure I understand. So it elicits whatever the message that comes in. Yeah, this time XML, or could be another, or JSON, or could be another format. Yeah, it reads the information, right, and then it passes to DataWeave executor or the DataWare engine. Yeah, and then it changes to at that time, does it? Is that what it does? The transformation? Exactly, or that's okay. Then it turns from that into the DataWeave so that it can be written to JSON. Right, yeah. When it executes, when it transforms from reader to DataWeave and message. And what do you call that? The next slide, I will show you that one. Okay. I think I got it. See. This is ML document. Write X and message. Yeah. Content. This is a content. This is document is given as input to the reader. The reader will take that XML document. Okay, welcome to the live, and here it generates a data view format for this XML. Right, and that is given to the data view in the data view engine. This is a code is written. This code is executed on the data view format, right? See here. This entire thing is payload. A payload message returns this thing. Actually, content because payload is entered. This message to message, starting to message in this payload. Payload message to the internal of this thing. Write message, start to message close. What is that? This content. Welcome to data view. This is the This line will give us an output for this payload message. To trace a format, and it also returns the DDUL format. Data view format, and that is going to writer. Writer takes that format and converts to the JSON format. So I will run this example on the On1 IDE and I'll show you how these things are, That stuff. Hope you are familiar with XML and JSON. This is simple XML. Yeah, I'm familiar with them. And only one thing we are not familiar is this data view script. The other way, that is, transforming the input to the output. This one we are not familiar with, right? So let us analyze what this script means, how it looks like all the stuff in the script. So that the data view script contains two sections, and these two sections are separated by a separate. This is 3 hyphens. Okay, and that's called a separator. This is a separator. Separates the header section and body section, or the direct to section or core section. Different people call it different names. Okay, top section is called header section. Header are directives. Okay, then what the top section defines is the first line defines the version of the data. From MuleSoft onwards, the version is 2.2. In earlier Mule versions, it is 1.0. Current version is 2.2. And next output means to which output format we want to transform, that we define over here. Even you can define the input also. That is, the input is optional. Okay, input means what data is coming inside to the script. What format does you know? Data is coming inside script. That depends. And what other things we can define over here is we can declare variables over here. Using the where keyword, we can declare the variables so that we declare in the flow are different. Those are called flow variables. The variable you declare over here. The scope of that variable is only this data in script only. Okay, you can define variables. So those variables we can use inside the data in script. So we can define some variables over here and we can declare some functions over here, some methods over here. We can call those methods in data in script. And we can use those functions. Here I didn't define, but what are the things we can define over here that I'm telling okay. Okay, so Ganesh, and so for example, output, input, variable functions. All that, you can define it inside the header or is or anywhere. Inside the header only header. Okay, got it? And we have other modules. So I will show you how to import the module. How to import different other packages. Those things we can see, we can import also. So those things we do in the header section, in the code section. This is a code we're going to execute. Actually, header will not execute. Okay, the only definition purpose, only header is there. Okay, whatever code we define inside this will get executed. Okay, so this is a very basic stuff on the data view. Right, and to practice. The data view MuleSoft provides an excellent tool on the cloud. You can practice over here. You can get master a data view. Then you go to any point studio and you can implement that in your projects. Okay, so to practice the data view, you need to go through the playground. You can play, right? We can play our football, basketball. Something like DataWeave. Call a break around. You play with length. Do length. So the playground. You can define input over here, this input section. This is a script section where the exact code will get on the input. Right? If you see, this entire thing is a payload. See this payload section, this payload. Yeah, payload message returns this thing. Payload message returns an overload as an output. Alright? So here, if you see, this is to the header. I'm seeing my output should be in JSON so that it can read JSON, and I'm extracting this thing from the input. Here our input is JSON, output is also JSON here in this case. Yes, so you can make the input as the XML just in case. I'm sorry, I'm having some water. Okay, right now it's JSON to JSON, but I was thinking the XML. And then you need to define the XML document. Yeah, the formula has to be different. I gotta understand. Yeah, right? See, this input is XML now. Yeah, okay, so this entire thing, I call it payload. Yeah, from person starting to person ending. This is just payload, right? If I print only single payload, see, the output is like this, yeah? And what my output is JSON, because JSON is transparent, so you're not seeing the readers and writers and the slide I show you. Right, the reader data view, format and writer. You remember? Yeah. Here in the slide. Slides, yeah. If a reader is there, I transform to data view format and that is given to the script. Script will again transform to data view format. Remember, I'm the writer, transform to final target format. So this thing happens internally. Okay, you need not worry about that. Even if you want to see how the data view format look like, simply you can put like application/AW. This is data view format. This happens internally. Similar like JSON only. But you need not worry about that. That data view take care of that internal format conversion. The system will take care of that. Now payload. If you want payload name, this entire thing is payload. And if I see payload person means it returns the content inside the person. What is that? Name Adam, closing name. This is the content inside the person, right? Returns that one. So this one name Adam name is converted to like this in JSON, got it? Got. When you payload person name, it returns single Adam only. Person name. That name, this one, right? So the strategy to master the data view is what my recommended strategy is. It is a tutorial associated with the playground over here. Let me tell you different format I don't see. So for the playground, right, there is a tutorial associated with the playground. My first recommendation is finish this tutorial. It is very simple. Yes. And very elegant, very good, very simple and understandable. If you master that, if you master this tutorial, you get a good idea of the data view. That is right. Move on to some complex transformations. I show you the way you find some complex transformations. Those also you can copy and you can put over here. You can execute, you can run, and you can understand how the transformation is happening, how the transformation works. In that way, you need to understand, you need to master data. Do you know? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. All the MuleSoft, all the other stuff are like learn how to configure, how to start, how to do the flows and all that stuff. But the two important component in MuleSoft is you have to be good at RAML. And DataWeave. Right. These two are very important. And if you know those two, other things are just configuration thing. Zach, means what I'm saying is, I'm doing my developer role, not an architect role. Yeah. For an architecture role, you need to focus on the security and the performance and the different other aspects also. Catching, logging, all this stuff. Yeah. So for developer role, okay, this is the very two important components you need to master. So the other ones you talk about security and HCE. It's very important, but they're not. They don't fall under development role. Yeah, those also under development only. But there are different options that are available right for security. For you can go for auth, you can go for client-side enforcement policy. Yeah, so the architect will decide which is the best suitable fit for your project, for your requirement. And you need to work on that use case. You need to do that. Core MuleSoft and these two are important. And I'm not saying these two only things you need to master, but you need to, I know, but those two are a little bit. Those two, to me, are critical but also intimidating, right? It's kind of because this one is, you have to like this one, you have to know the syntax. And the other one you have to know and how to design proper an API. Exactly. You have been when the requirements provided to you, you may design. Several people design different ways, but some people may design elegantly with usability. We define some good data types. So that is the skill we need to master. Transformation also. This is the area we need to develop a logic actually instead of data view. Right? We need to do some coding, some kind of logic we need to develop. But the rest of other components, there is very less chance. You need to develop logic. Those you need to configure the component. Right. So therefore, this is a critical one. That's right. Thank you. My last question on the DataWeave. Yeah, and which language that is very close to. Which one you sense? Like the syntax. Is it like a close to JavaScript or is it close to? Syntax looks like a JSON. Okay, JSON kind of stuff. So if you know JSON then it's easy to learn DataWeave. DataWeave has different things, okay. But it follows the JSON kind of development style. The JSON is useful. If you have master JSON, that's useful actually. Oh, alright. I'll go through the 6 sections in what you call development or the background. Background area. And hopefully by next time we talk, I will have a better understanding. Excellent. On the DataWeave, I will firstly go through this component, the sections, and you need to work on in your browser. That's right. So this talks about whatever we discussed, right? Reader transform to canonical model. Canonical model means data view model over here. And it is a script that this is a one. We're going to write the script over here. It is another canonical model. The writer transforms to output format. So this is what we discussed in our first. You know our slides. If you want to go through this one, and this is one of the important, is MIME types. A MIME types is like what formats data we use. Transforming means what are input formats, what output formats. Okay. Majorly most actually in enterprise, right? Most of the things we encounter is XML and JSON. The payload is XML and JSON most of the times. Okay, and so it also transforms some other. Not only XML and JSON. They're all formats it supports. I don't know A, B or O means I don't know some of the formats. Excel, XXM and UM-TextPlain. These are formats that DataView supports. Means it will take input from this format and it will transform to this output also. Okay. Take Java format and transform to JSON. JSON format, transform to Excel format. So these are the format actual DataView supports. Right. Go through this one. What supported data formats? But it satisfies most of your enterprise needs. 95 or 99% of the enterprise will be satisfied. I don't see any message apart from this type Java YAML. Maybe I'm not saying there is no message exist apart from these formats, but you can have most of messages get transformed using the data view. These are industry standard formats, right? But most common ones are either, database to JSON or XML to JSON. Database itself is Java. If you use a database, it takes a Java format. Is that right? So when you're doing a database, like say that you query this external database and you get some information and you feed to another system. What format is that? So if you extract the information from the database, it gets a Java format. And that format we can transform to JSON. Okay, or you can keep it as a Java and write it to database, another database. Unfortunately, I forgot my password. I can show you the database also today. Yeah, that's fine. Another time, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. I can show you on the cloud database. I mean, I can't create cloud-based database and show you, but don't worry. Yeah. So one quick question about that. Just make sure I understand it. So when you're dealing with a database, are you going straight to the table and getting information from the table, or there's API exposed to that table that you're dealing with or you're interacting with? In the MuleSoft, we develop the system APIs. The system APIs directly deal with the table. And we develop the process APIs. Process APIs will deal with the system APIs. So this answers your question. Okay, got it. So in the system API, we will talk to the tables. Where in the backend? Yeah. That depends upon which kind of API you are dealing with. You're dealing with the system API. You directly interact with the backend table. If you interact with the process API, you are talking to some other API. That API in turn talks to the database. But sometimes right, sometimes external databases. You can get information from the external database. You get to it through API. Right. Yeah, if you have that API directly, you can talk to that API without going to database. So in that case, you don't need to develop a system API. Correct. Correct. You'll create a process API. You'll create a process or experience. Got. And you go through this, you see the script and also what's the separator and stuff. And we go directly creating data. What are different data types available in the data view? So we have numbers, strings, Boolean arrays, and objects. These are primary data types available in the data view. And I recommend to go through each and every section. Try to do it. So here the thing is one sec. I'm going to do this thing, not this thing. Strings. Strings here, right? So there is some operator called typeof operator. Using typeof operator, we can come to know what type of thing is. See here the typeof. This is string, right? It tells the string over here. For example, instead of the typeof, I put 1, 3, 4. It tells number, right? Type. If you put true, it tells the Boolean. So typeof operator is used to examine what kind of type that is. But my recommendation is go through this each and every section. Don't miss each and every section. And try to do this exercise. So, in this case, this exercise is what? Just grab the script. Grab. What is the output? What is the input? So this exercise is here. The script is given. So on the script, what is saying is use typeof to produce string. The hello is output, right? Instead of hello, I want string as an output. right? I want string as an output. Yeah. So how I code my data view so that I will get the string as an output. Right? So here we also put this. So you type of right, this one. Just put over here. And just put back. So that returns. Yeah, alright. So I could be on the same page to test that I don't have to go another window. You can open one more also if you want. There's no. That's nice. Numbers the same, one same thing. So 4-digit, 4 decimal pi representation. Pi and I think 3/4 is a pi value, right? That's simple. This is very simple. There's just one is a number. It returns a 1. If you keep on doing this, decimal number returns decimal number. This doesn't you know? No, it's very simple thing. Number data will support the number type covering both integer and floating point number. This is floating point number, right? This one is, let's go through arrays. Go to the Boolean. Boolean, these two are false. Write Boolean means. Try to get to this one. I want to get. Instead of true, I want to get Boolean length. Value is Boolean. Here to graph it. You do these things and I want to prove Boolean means. So I put of this extra. Similarly, if you put this type of 2, 1 and hello, then you will achieve this thing. This is a target you want to achieve. So this is the now I want to achieve for your number and string. I need to type of. Yeah. Each one we have to say type of. Next arrays. The arrays are defined using the square brackets. That square bracket inside I am defining. This is first element inside the array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Third element. Fourth element, right? Okay. If I define some elements over here. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you can define anything. Something that you can. I have first time. This is the access is the first 5 in a array of the first 5 prime numbers. Then Google out what are the prime numbers and you can put over there. I think yeah. 1 like that. Yeah. 1, 3, 5, 7. Yeah. You forget. 2, 3, 5, 4, 7. Okay. It tells you well done. If he tells you if he's correct, you'll tell us. What gives you feedback? I see. See, I see. And objects. I think you are clear with arrays, Boolean something, right? Yeah. And objects. Object is like this object is, it is not an array. It's not integer. It's not a Boolean. It's like a person. It's like some real-time thing, right? You put in that's not right. Yeah. Like this. Here it is. You find using the opening bracket and closing bracket. That's object. Okay. The key value mappings where value can be of any type. Right. Use repeated keys to obtain XML as for this one as output. I'll take tonic. I'll have a tour. I feel. What's the title? Tonic. How did you do that? Because the output is XML. Even multiple duplicate keys are there. It doesn't matter. So that's what changed the output to be JSON. But this is a watching of the system. Are the keys still repeated? Is this valid JSON? He asked me to change to JSON. So valid JSON only. There's a keys also. You can have duplicate keys. So this is about the data types. We have the strings, numbers, Boolean arrays and objects. Now we go to section 3. Now very important thing is we go little complex. Now this is a single variable operator. How we are extracting data from the input. Data view selectors allow navigating any combination of objects and arrays to the data you need. I want to extract the data according to my need. How you extract data using these operators? Single variable operator index value index selector. Single variable selector, index selector, ring selector, multi-value selector and descendant selector. You see this dot? This is a bracket. This is also some number to number dot, star dot, dot. You need to have clear idea about and you need to practice these things. So single variable selector, we already know this one. Many times we saw. So this is the input and that input. I want to get the name, only name. What I give? Payload.name returns the none. And you want to get only age. This entire thing is payload. Payload.age returns 29. Right, Adam? Yeah, so payload.age, it gives you the value. Value, yeah, exactly. Now this is the input. You can also use single value selector from the square bracket. Square bracket is for the period. This is also used to get the dynamic. See here. If you observe this thing right, this input, this script is output. So payload.name returns a none, payload.age returns a none, payload.dynamic returns age, payload.dynamic returns age. So here what the concept is, instead of dot, we can give the brackets. This payload. Payload dot, the payload of bracket if I give the age. It has to instead of dot. Also, you can give this one. See, we will practice while here. Given input below, string together selectors. To get to prod right. So payload. Yeah, so it's a payload dot stage. Payload dot first environment, right stage is child of everyone. Okay, I see. Dot environment. Environment dot stage. Dot stage right to get prod. So this one, okay, this one, I understand. If they want that right now, for example, Linux, it will be like what? It will be like payload.host. Payload.host. I think because environment is the same. It tells me Linux. Yeah, with host, yeah. So can you go up a little bit? I'm not sure I understand. The fixed one like that, fix that language there. This one, right? So yeah. Sorry, this is input. This is a. So if you want to, what you need to do is copy this thing. Go to the payroll. Okay. Paste over here. And here is payload. It's right. Now what is that? Payload. Dynamics key. Why do you put the brackets? You could say payload.it. So see payload in the bracket. If it is age right, it returns this value. Yeah. Okay. So instead of age, what I can do is payload dot. I've been the load. Dynamic key. We don't dynamic key returns. What's huge, right? Then we don't talk. Then we can see it. We don't have to do this. A little bit of that. Okay, I have a question. So this on the left is the input dynamic key is pointing to age. And that age was, the value was 29. Correct. So if you're okay. But what I don't understand is that, yeah, so we can do payload dot. So I have a question. That's the one. I know that it works. Payload that name, payload that age. What happened if you do payload that they not the dynamics key? Yes. What do you get there? So the age, yeah. This time it looks like a JSON message. But if you want to display the value of age, then is object. Right. Value of age is 2. That's number. So what do you call this kind of thing? The age here is referred to is pointing to the age. Like number 4, age is pointed to number 3 line. Line number 3. So what I'm doing is below that dynamic inheritance age. Right. Yes. The payload. Payload dot dynamic key. Payload of age. This is age, right? Is internally age. The payload of age returns 29. Right. Let's see. Payload that dynamic. Now if you put like payload dot and I'm the key, for instance, that's what it is. It is age, right? Yeah. What we can do is I also check this one. That's also a load. Payload, yeah. That age is 20, right? So there's couple of different ways you can get the value. We use a dot, or you can be using square bracket. If you use a square bracket, you need to put that in string manner. The one you need. Payload. You can use payload dot name. Without square brackets, without double quotes. Simply payload dot name returns. But you can't do it like this. I think this is this one. But our votes, okay. This one. Or this one. With the double quotes. Yes, because it's clear. It looks like the dots on the square brackets both works. Got? Single value of it is very simple. Dot is in your operator. The index value operator. This is our way. This is 0 index. Second index, right? 1 is a part. We and they. Okay. So you go to the other stuff here. Given the following input, get the key. So the second one. 0, 0 on 1, right. So first I go to the 1. I got the second element. Right? And the next in the second element is 0. Right? Okay. Now double dimensional. And here try to get to it, but using negative. Negative index. This is -1. You need to go from right to left. minus, this is minus 2. If I do the payload of minus 2, I'll get the product. Right. Oh, because this is minus 1. So it's minus 1, 0, minus 1, 1, yeah. If I put minus 1, you get the bottom, this one. Oh, then you say 1, 1 means it will get divided minus 1, 1. But you need to put only every business. Not one is positive. That's right. Then how you get it? You got a result as you may and QA is minus 1. So it is minus 1, QA is minus 2. Minus 1, minus 2 always. You always come to from the right. Minus 1, minus. Interesting. This is minus 1. Minus 1, minus 2. This one again. Minus 1, minus 2, right? Minus 1, minus 2. Next to the range selector. When is given like a 0 to 1. Who is the keyword? 0 to 0, 1. 0 to 1 it is. So 0, 1, only an output will be the first 2. 0 to 2. Same thing. You first. Alright. This is to obtain the reverse order. Oh, see, this is minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. Right if you go from right to left. Oh, so the data with the count is 0 or starts 1. Yeah, exactly. If you go from left to right, you start 0. Oh, 0, 0, 1, 2. 0, this is 1, this is 2. So if I say negative 2, that means the first one, like a death. Put 2 over here. You get death. Right? 0. Good one. So index, reverse order from the. There is no minus 0, right? Therefore, start with the minus 1. Minus 0 is equal to 0, right? Therefore, this minus 1 down 0. So minus 2 it will increment. Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. Right? Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. Then I want. Reverse order means I want to tell you and prod my output. Therefore, it is minus minus 3. Minus 1, minus 2, minus. Right? This minus 1. Cool. Yeah. Interesting. That is multi-value selector. Yeah, I want to set multiple values at the same time. So you have multiple. Oh, I see there's a key. I want to extract all these 4 names at the same time. But that what we do is dot star. Pile dot star. It is all the elements with the name. All the stuff. Yeah. That is a multi-value selector. And here also is input price, everything is price. And output 1, 2, 3, 4 prices. So payload 1, 2, 3, 4. Dot price means whatever element with the name price. Yeah. So then payload that okay. Oh, that one okay. It's not that one. Yes. In your document, where are the prices there? It is all the values of that. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. That's all I see. Get array of all title values. This is this one. This one 3 values. Right. Yeah. So movies that titles, yeah. Or movies that start. Start title. A load not movies first. And movies and get. Then that. Then that's title. Start title. Right. You know 1 second. Oh no. Is using a single value operator instead. What happens? What does it return? The first occurrence or last occurrence? Single value. The dot. Single value means you see the single value set. This is the multi-value set. It is a dot star. Use the single dot. It returns the first one actually. Always the first one. You see, your set on array returns the first one. Okay, notice the second. Even in the playground. Oh, I will give you something like your two names, right? If I give you a load, yeah, yeah, is the first occurrence. And this is a selector. So it is, you see here. This is the entire thing is root. This is the first child. First child. Sequence, this first child is echo. And sequence is also peer 1. Right, this is the sibling. It is not the same range. Right, echo sequence. Yeah, and they are not at the same level. Right, this is the echo and sequencer are same level. And sequence. Are they same level? The first echo. Which one first echo? They are same, right? Yeah, same level. Okay. But this echo is not. This is, it's under sequence, right? And this echo is under. Try is child of the sequence, right? Under try, there's a curl on echo. Yeah, colored echo. Yeah, this echo has three, at three different levels. I want to extract these all three, right? In that case, you need to put something called dot 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 echo. The first one, copy and go to playground, I put over here. Right, payload. The payload dot echo, or it returns. It returns this one, only first matching one, the first one, yeah. Right. So if you want to get this one, how to get payload dot sequence dot echo. Right, yeah, sequence dot echo. I return this one getting details, right? You want to go in this one, payload dot sequence dot. Try dot echo, one more level to go down, right? Okay, but I don't want to go in such manner. I want to extract all echoes. Okay, yes, let's put dotted echo C. The second one getting details. And third one, so means so. So in the script here says that good find the payload, that it could be the first or could be second, but it has the echo. Yeah, no matter at what level it is, I want written, it would return all as long as it says echo. Yeah. Written on the things, right? Yeah. Access to her stellar record. Alright, got it, go ahead, sorry. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Adam, for reminding us to record the session. Yeah, it's really helpful, especially I know it from now on is gonna be more, even healthier and helpful. And I have to listen couple times what we talked about, and actually second time of listening I understand more than what I understood the first time. Yeah, totally, yeah. Also, I'm thankful to have you as an instructor as well. So far in the data, we discussed just a basic syntax, right? Yeah, but this is very important. So hope you can able to do this challenge. 565, this challenge very simple. Is the output they want us to create. So here we need to know, feel this thing, we need to give you a question. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. So it's, I got it. Yeah. Yep. So the first one is that dot. Then do. If you do ID, you only get the first two. Let's do an ID. Yeah, I think you see you do like, and 1 second. You do like. Dot, yeah. So I got the same period on that ID, means it returns the ID at different levels. That's right. And second one, multi-level much a multi-value. Multi-level, it returns 1 and level only the first level. Then so I have a question. So the outcome that I don't know, they want. Okay, they want us to create this output, right? So the descendant, a multi-value, all that's a level. Yeah, it's label. Yeah, so we could do. Yeah, I could do multi-value. Then we say 1 second. And then we say how to get the phone. You must ever, Then you say, and do you know idea? Think and I know dot star ID. Bars are in a tendency things on the one level, basically the first level. Before it's not sorry. So if it's one level with one dot, we'll do the work. If it's to level down, we do. And that ID is only gonna find any word that has an ID. With the first matching one, see here with ID. There are multiple things with idea that multiple items match it. But what's the matching? I already was for that level, so in the first one. Okay. If we say that ID is gonna grab the first level ID exactly, if we say and payload dot. Start ID is gonna go in first. Yeah, first IDs. Yeah, first level IDs. Yeah, all IDs in the first. Okay, because it has one, because he has a one dot. Got it? And the second level. I want to get second level. Multi-value second level too. Right? Oh yeah, so then dot ID. Payload. Dot ID to another dot, same as first one, right? I want to move to the second level first. Second level. I want to move to the, this level, this level. How can you payload dot? Second. Yeah, so I said, so it's like, so we do second level with them. We do that dot star. Second level. That dot star is it. I remove that part, so payload dot star. Everything, right? That is not thing. First, I need to move to the payload. Second level. Or you say, okay. So your payload, that second level, then that dot ID. First, Okay, then you say star, I'm sorry, then dot star ID. To get everything, all the ID in the second level. Yeah, oh no, no, it's becoming clear now. Alright, that's good. This is what I'm gonna say. Don't help me. And third level, we just want to introduce a third level, right? Yeah, so payload, then you do third level actually. Why do you go second level? Done so level. You know, at second level, the third level, I go to third level. So second. So third level is in second level. Yeah, okay. So second level dot third level. Then you say dot star ID. Star ID. So this time we're gonna do payload that. You know that star. Excellent. So I have a question. So the first one. The first IDs are on the top. The second ID, second level. Is the same level. Okay, same level as the top IDs. But so the third level is inside the second level. Yeah, that's what. That's what we're going to second level dot. Third level. Okay, got it. You know, I read I can see this could be helpful down the road. You know when, how do you know? What do you guys call that? That notation? Because is that what you guys call? There's another system I use call a service now. Yeah, it's a ticketing system. Exactly, I know. Yeah, and service now has something like this where it's called. It's about that notation. Yeah. So here some questions are, does the descendant selected select all the keys are just the first one in the nested object? That is, the descent sector means it's a dot dot. Dot dot is a written descendant selector. So that's let us select all. The keys are just the first one. The next object, right? But this answer is, it's not selecting all the keys. It's only the first one of the stop it in this first level, ID 1, second level, I need to go into our level 3, right? Therefore, below dot ID returns 1, 2, 3, right? We did that right. So I have a question, descendant. What is the descendants? Descendant means. See, second level is descendant to the first, your primary level. Probably is this into the second level, right? Take a little, or I see. Like a family. It's like a family tree, yeah. So that descendant is this one. Dot dot is a resident sector, right? Dot that is. Okay, this is an example. We've been able to select the items which are in the different levels. Okay, it's fetching the items at different levels, but it is fetching only the first matching one. Yeah. Does the descendant selector select all the keys are just the first one in the nested object? Even ID is there. You know, in second our ID to user ID. But is certain only first one right ID too? Yeah, so that's the answer is. It is selecting only the first one. Okay, that's the multi-value selector. Select the keys on the. On next levels of object. Multi-value is dot star, actually is multi-value. The value is selecting keys, only the first level, only right. Yeah, I'll start with you guys, only first level. Second level dot star means on. Second level him, not going to the descendants, right? So the multivariate selectors selects only key on the same level, not on the next levels. What happens if we combine both descendant and multi-value selector? The one you do. It is the last thing, yeah. Okay, its combination of descendant is dot dot and multi-value. If you do that, it will select all the keys, all the match. Yeah, whatever it is right. Okay, so that is the question. It returns all the hope, you guys. Yeah, I got it. I got it nice. I'll practice more, but I think I got it. Yeah, this multi-value is important. Range also important. How to set the range? Yeah. Going forward in the transformations, we use these sectors right at that moment. You don't confuse if you have idea about all. We can declare variables like this. Where is the keyword? To declare a variable. Aspect is the name of the variable and match the value is the value of the variable, right? And this variable is different from the variable we declare in the pro level. Keep it open. So the level. We created a variable in flow, right? That is a flow level variable. That's right. This scope of this variable is only this. Okay, we can't access this variable inside the flow. Just for the name. Now the same exercise, the challenge we attempted right in previous thing. So what he's asking is the same exercise. Use the variable. Do you know these two values? We need to in touch you. The rest of things is there. These things, these two values using variable. We need to solve this. Okay, second level and third level. You need to get a variable and we need to give value instead of taking the payload. Use that variable. Yeah. Yeah. So what do they want us to do? Store the value into variable. Yeah. I'm creating a variable called second. Okay, the second I'm storing. Second. Yeah, okay. What I want. What I want to achieve is a multi-value second level, just two. Start. I'm pitching all the values in second level. Yeah, so payload the second level. And when you print in here, you say second because the fit does the and variable that we define, that ed. Correct? So this one then will only display. They only display the idea on the second level. So no payload at second, only equal to second. So yeah, using non-star ID, there is to a little bit, right? So what is the output right now? This output or a color, or do you call a multi second level? So it brings it to, yeah, that's what I thought it's gonna print. Only the 22 and 22 because you only got one dot. Yeah, only one dot. Yeah. Now the multi-part level is the multi-value third level. Right, yeah. What do you want to do? Like when I display third level. So okay, you do. Then you do second dot. Can we do second dot? Then we say third level, yeah. Then that star ID, excellent, fantastic. So now it returns all the items with our level dot star ID mix, right? So that, yeah, free and 3, all said that is a 3. Got that guy? Alright, now they want all the levels. Yeah, the point is we are using variables. It's a declaration of variable and we're calling that variable using some name on directly. We can. Yeah, do you know? The funny thing is that interesting is that you use the variable but also you. Like expanding what you and what do you store the variable? It's like almost like a payload there. But it's called, right? It has a scope. Yeah. So last one, let's go last one. So they want us to do all the IDs. So then the R variable only covers the second and low and below. So that means it doesn't have the first. It doesn't have a descendant, and if you want to, when you create another new variable, just payload. What I'm doing. That is also fine. Yeah, right. Is that star ID? So different a number of variables. Variables can create like this and store. I like a better name. Right? You can see amount. 20. It's a bigger variable, so you can stressing variables. Who can store no Boolean variables, okay. Person equal to we can. This means object. So you can create a normal variable array, and array and also object. How this variable is a kind of object, very not in detail, right? Yeah, I get something like something. But person not named. Adam, yeah. Person that name. Yeah, so I have a question and you said and I agree and I understand that we have to create all the variables in the header. Yeah, and before the separator. And so at times when you're doing an manipulations, right? When you're processing or transforming and a payload, yeah. And like somewhere in the middle, you want to store that variable, that information to a variable. So are you saying then before, like someone like you can have a for each or while whatever to process? Some information is and when you get the value you want to store that into variable and that variable could be inside of the body. And so are you saying in data we find out either using that non-notational or whatever that is possible and get that information upfront in the header. Don't use any variables inside the body. No, we don't use in that case. We define some functions over here, okay. We have the concept of function definition. Yeah, right. In the function definition, we can assign to the variables with some create some, fun looping or whatever we do to that as variables. But definition we can't do inside the body, but we can do assignment to the variables in the body. So, for example, like here, like, okay, let's say that and all the descendants IDs, if you want to restore that store that into variable, all the descendant IDs you want. Yeah, beat it. Yeah, the first one for some of the descendant. Payload it, right? You just want to keep track that ID. And you put that in a variable, but I guess you can also do that in on the top. Yeah. That's fine. I was thinking in all the programming, in all the script and programming we have done. And it's good if you know what, and if you know what is what you're gonna keep on that variable. It's when you store that variable, then you declare it on the top. I understand that. I do that all the time. But sometimes the value you want to store, it's very deep inside. Script right somewhere. You don't know for something you wanna run a query. You get some output from that query and then you check some conditions. And if that condition exists, you want to store that into variable. So that's very deep inside the body of the script, and that information you don't know it when you start in the script. So the idea that DataWeave says that we have to declare all the variables on the top, and I don't know. I was thinking that, and if you're using like this, like that notation, That kind of stuff in the payload, I think might be doable. But if you're doing more complex scripting, there are times that you don't know the value of that variable until you get to that level. You have idea of the functional programming. This is like a subroutine, right? Or something like that. Yeah, function programming. Yeah. In function programming, the variables. We can assign you methods for variables. So usually, in non-functional programming, in the variables we store the things like strings, integers, booleans, this object, right? Okay, yeah. The function programming, we can store methods also in its variables. The methods also. So Java from 8.0, what's in the function programming language, whereas before it you can't store the methods inside the variable. So here also let me tell one simple example at. Here in the script, writer can do something like this. Go. Don't get it's comfortable to me to discuss about the variables. I can return like this you. Yeah, I think you know. Each week. We can when we get to that level. We'll discuss. I think that's okay. Sorry to ask you because I was thinking about that. I see it has to ask. That has to be way too. And later to use a variable inside the script. But I think when we get to the level, will you show me or we'll discuss? Sure, Adam, we'll discuss that one. Excellent, thank you. That's good. These are logical operators, similarly like any other program, like there are some greater than, smaller than, greater than, equal to, smaller than, equal to, similar to, not equal. Not logical negation. Yeah, the same and we are. These are all almost same. You can find any programming language. That's right. So here this thing is use operator return true. The name of the name field of the input is max. Very simple. Imagine. So you say right now where the payload name equal to max. Simple. Only you know about the what is different operators available for this list and practice according. You can do your challenge right. Go to this and try to the challenge. Yes, you are not able to. Okay, sounds good. This is the interesting one. If else is like any of the other program, which yeah condition or else condition. You see your action. It's very actually right. What is very good story? Very good story. This expression, wow. Then the payload. That price is less than 100 by Alice Hoard. Was interesting, okay, and the action is key, right? In a payload. The value for this action and view, this method. Okay, nice. So yeah, I'm getting value as a holder. I am getting value of old. Actually, you know that price is 150. Right, okay, yeah. So I have a question. This is it's interesting. So what is that? And so can you go? Maybe scroll down on the middle section. Yeah, so yeah, so I want to see where that, and so this, okay, I don't know, I'm not sure how to ask this anyway, and this okay. So you have a JSON. Is this a JSON? Yeah, price, payload price. Yeah, okay, that's input. Okay. So what I want to know is that how does he know that when it gets to action, the action it becomes? That the action has to go. Let me copy this. Whatever. Yeah, so I don't know how. All I know, how is it? How does it get called? And to evaluate that. So this is this. I'm passing input to the script, right? Okay. Yeah. So the entire thing is payload, this payload, right? Yeah, this is okay. Yeah. Okay. So price is equal to price, the payload, the price. Yeah, yeah. Just we're gonna get executed. Now what is the variable value if payload dot price is less than 100? But payload of price is 20. It is not yet. So go to the else section and it ends up all day. Alright, so chronologically orderly. You got input 120. Yeah, and then are you? Is the if statement happening before the it gets the body or first things come to the body? First that one. Yeah. So okay, so we create a variable action on the fly and we saying that if the payload that price is less than 100 and by so ls hold so action variable it is only gonna store word by a hold. Exactly. And then it comes down here and price will be mapped to payload the price. Whatever that price was an action. It will be mapped to the variable action which either gonna have a buy or sell. Buy or hold. Okay, so that thing get calculated way before the body got it now, because I was thinking other way around where this action and the body is calling like you like. Remember the function thing you were talking about? I thought might be scoring. But this is just a variable, yeah. Interesting, The other thing is that how they normally a normal code script I know is that we save the payload that price equal less than 100. Then we create that variable, say that then action equal to buy or ls action equal to hold. But this one is a little bit slick here where if the condition is that, then you say by ls hold. Yeah, very interesting. Excellent, thanks for explaining. Now I know I understand. Not that support. The first condition, here even the focus, is to put how to do an expression because expression here else is mandatory. In a field sometimes. In other programming languages, else is not matter, only if and the condition which matches you did it. Sometimes we different, which is optional in some programming language. But okay, you remove it. That's one point you need to keep note. Okay, so you're saying that Alice is required. Even you are conditioning, only it's less than 100 by if not is an 100. You don't want to clear before. You want to create some empty spaces, but even you also need to define that. Else is mandatory in this condition in the database. Right for the next section. Let's come from defense is correct because very similar, yeah. Something like this, wow, pattern matching. This is really, yeah. Okay, including new cell option selection in our example when price exceeds one part. You to tell you this. Okay, it will sell up. Okay, you gotta sell it 1-1. It succeeds ln 40. Yeah, okay. So we say, can we modify that? Yeah, so we say that if, and we'll say that if the price exceeds. So if the price is, yeah, so you can save the price greater than 140. So yes, you see, here we focus on this one also this year. Expression 1, it is returns true. So this will get executed. If written, you can put one more condition. Okay. Then we say Alice, if right. At the end, yeah, Alice, if. Now Alice, if payload that price. Is greater. And then we sit. Then we say cell right. Then we say that yeah. But this expression looks like yeah, yeah. Right, yeah. Let's see if also you can use. Coming to these pattern matches. Yeah. The same thing in whatever we achieve in as C using in simple connection using pattern option. Also C. Input expression that matches this condition. Because this one. Thereby second condition. It is the second day, second the same thing. You're dropped over here. You know, dot action, something action, action. I will send any food. What action should be? I'm sending by either a write payload action. What case? This case by initial. In this example, this matching, so it returns buy at the market price. Right? So I got out that better marketer because so much for a cell select market price holder. Very simple, right? Actually, so much I understand. Sorry, and pattern match like a regular expression thing, right? Yeah, so input, okay, input expression. So you say payload that action. Then you do cases. Yeah. Case by case, cell case hold. If it's case by, you'll print, by a market price. If it's continuous cell, it will say sell the market price. And Alice invalid input. Okay, so this one it has a pie. Alright. If it contains a word, write the word by. Okay. Don't. Let me say case is 0, 0. And if it's 0, you use. Then you say that if it's 0, it says light off, light off. Is it 0 to light off? When yeah, it is 0. Input is 0. So light off. And light on when it is 1, 1. You can practice different examples. Practice this example. Let me know if you have an issue in practicing this example. Okay, I saw the simple one and I think some complex. Yes. In the same thing, you can use the equation pattern matching is the example. The solid and again using pattern matching also. All the problem right, okay. Definitely next is very important functions. So functions are DataWeave the most important tools. They allow us to conveniently reuse functionality and create function and apply when the use is necessary. So in this section we cover about the topics of the functions. So DataWeave, the name functions lambdas. Is this the one that the cloud stuff? Yeah, lambda. I know lambda, but I heard about lambda, but not lambdas. Yeah, that lambda means unknown. Unnamed functions. The home information I was suddenly a bit about the AWS and there's something called a lambda. I'm thinking it's different. Passing functions to other functions, yeah. One function as an argument to the other function, yeah. We see in this while discussing, we understand. I can't explain this one with example. You can discuss this. Is also very, very important. We're going deeper and complex things. For name functions, they were functioning since a function with a name. Right, see, common is a keyword to declare function. One is a keyword like variables, we use a var, right? Similarly, fun is a keyword to declare functions. Oh, function. Adding function name, their first name, function, and here the two parameters and positive, this function one is nm, right? And what is that is written and pressure, right? So in the body I am calling that function and passing one into as a parameters. One go to len and two to m. Init ends one test unit or test. Very basic, very simple function, yeah. It's a name function. Yeah, if it's a function name and takes one argument and when the function spans multiple lines. We use the keyword can't do. Yes. This is no. The function value is only one line, right, and place a moon, but not. There are multiple numbers, not the function. Body function doesn't have what it said. Want to do multiple things, then it is. Yeah, you see, a function doesn't have a body. Only one line of expression is value of the function, right? Okay. Don't know what we'll see more, but I was thinking that the function is like a separate, unique. You could have a lot of other things going on, like a calculation is, or might be going after another, I don't know. In normal functions I do my own function, especially in PowerShell. You know I pass some information is, and then it makes another call and grabs the information and then makes calculation. The returns back. I don't know, but this one. It might be. It's different, so I'll watch. So you say, You saying that he has to be in the header, and he has to. It doesn't have a body. Body, but see, this body is even line expression. Oh, yeah, for this case. Yeah, in this case, in your expression is equal to. I can put similar question. This is a body, right? It doesn't spans in multiple lines. Yeah, so if you have such requirement, you do with the do, function with the do, and you can. If you put to do keyword, you can open the curly braces, open it, and I see function. If now it spans this multiple lines, right? Yeah, so to define that we need to use a keyword do and do also. It's like this notation. It is some like in the function C. In the do I can declare two more variables. These two variables are local to this function. Okay, so if you observe this one, let me open to discussing more elaborately. Let me copy this thing, the playground. So that we can discuss. What's the input? Here, I'm not taking anything from the payload. Therefore, there is no source. What if it taking only one variable, that is n, so I'm passing this entire array. Write to the as a value of n. Alright. So n is replaced by the entire array. Good now. Inside this function body, I'm creating two variables, variable start variables that takes the first element of the array and not 0. That is 1990. Right. Variable and it takes -1. I think yesterday we discussed, right? And the array indexes start from 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and go back from back to First -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So -1 taking the last one, right? Okay, so 1990 is start and end is. Then n minus star 21 minus 1990 returns value as 31. Right. The entire thing. I define a function depth, so only thing we need to focus is here. The depth function takes the entire thing body, and that body contains the two variables. So these variables are not visible to outside. If I put something like no start, I thought, because this thought is not at the variable defined at the level, right? This level is the now at a level, but this variable is local to this function. Right. So this is a point you need to keep in mind. When I want to define the variables, those are the stuff I can use this. I want to go through this stuff again. Yeah, I have one quick question. Can you go back to the playground? And so yeah, maybe go. Yeah, maybe put the diff or a few months. Yeah, just numbers. So, alright, this one equal to 10, write 90 and that or an okay. And yeah, that's fine. 100 minus 9 stand and this one right now is a playground. It shows you turn right. But what is that? It was that becomes a payload, or you can assign to a variable. Which one does? Then the answer. This is payload of excluding this data. We stripped. I know, but normally you will store that in a variable, don't you? Will you return to, or you return that to a function? You want to store in a variable. In that case, yeah. You can return back to the function right, and where that call the function you want. I can do what I can do. I can say look a result. Here it's where I can, There's two words, your difference. If it's something, maybe spinning is not right. I can capture that in a field. I think it's good. It's good. That's all I want to know. So in this case, and it's subtracted, and the difference become the answer exactly. It doesn't use like a return or something like that. In the function. In some other language, when you're returning the value back to the caller, and you say you use a word return. But I was thinking, that's good, I know. And now I understand the functions and also understand that if I want to do some calculations, I have to use a do function. Do I hear your doubts that we put the keys in any point studio so that we won't use this background in our, in application development just to practice our data view? This is the right platform. Yeah, so we can all be on the fly. We can do the stripping on the fly. We can see the result of our code. That's right. That purpose we use the playground. Okay, what is the written? Where we are storing the result value, how we are using this kind of code in our application. But that we need to do is the same thing in any point studio. Yeah, I do one simple, simple data view script in any function so that you are those who clear. Open that one, any punch, to do a simple example in any function. This is also important that I just open by the point students open. So, and while this one's open, and Ganesh and. So right now we're doing transformation and we learn in DataWeave. We're going through the on this area. I really like it because this is something we need to do, want to be transforming and message our data. So what are those big topics we have left? I'm just curious when we can start. Like you seen last time, we can start a small project that touches everything. After this transformation, I will discuss about the computing database, maybe, and messaging servers and the file systems. How to talk to the databases, how to talk to JMS server, how to talk to the files of extract files, the database of file systems, JMS file system Salesforce. So to talk to external systems, country to some, existence and accessing information and sending results to examine external systems like the database messaging. So yeah, so after that we can do projects. Yeah. Okay. Take a use case and we can do that. But now we do have idea of how to come to the external system and how to do the transformation in the view. Yeah, nice. Nice. Cannot wait with that. We do a small project that touches all the area and then expand down. That means like you have an idea of choice, write choice in. So again, choice, yeah. You know just right. Yeah, what a route choice, right? So to me, it's like a decision and decision. Yeah, so we do. Configure some condition over here. Yeah, DataWeave statement. We define one condition or other part. It is satisfies the file system. Yeah, like something like we can develop the router. Yeah, this one next boom, we can do that. The same time, we need to focus on a bit development and API, that also design. Also, if a design, usually it won't take this much time. Yeah, I know. Feel it? A platform is not a spoon. Oh, both of this. Neighborhood functions again. Anyway, we will do this thing, you know. Any point should be also. As this is little confusing is lambdas. Lambdas are the functions without names. There is no name to lambda function. See, I can even this is data. You provides multiple ways to create functions. Just like we have a name of functions, we have functions with both names for numbers. Lambda is a value. It data view just like a string and object a boolean. The syntax of lambda is to plug. This time no. Body without a function name, see simple body, some not mix. Right? Some something. Argument is not about argument, least without the function name. Yeah. Okay, what is saying? Two plus three. Okay, let me copy this thing. It's a name function, right? Add is equal to, yeah. 2 and 3. And you say turn 3, but they're equal to n plus 3. That's lambdas. It's like a function. This is a function. There is no name to the function. Therefore, we cannot say this function to a variable. It's function because it was add 2 and 3 and then add goes to the function. Okay, got it. So you say alright. So add to 1. We are assigning a function to a variable. So like I said earlier, we can store functions inside the variable. Languages. Usually for variables, we can say the strings integers, right? Okay. So here we can assign a function to a variable. So this has method, right? This method, I must take the variable. Add is a variable, I must take the function. Now add will work as a function. Right. What is the function? The function has no name. Is it lambda actually? You know what it? Like I got it, but it looks like I created a simple application. Okay. So the function, the application name is basic transformation. Alright, for now what my intention is. Let me go through these examples. For the database examples, these examples you can copy to the playground and you can edit it. I'll show you how to use examples and very simple transformation. I'll take this one XY to JSON. So see over here, this is a database script. See input, XME input payload, and this is output. Output. We don't bother output. We need to generate using the database script, right? So I want to exclude this thing in my application. I will send from the input postman. I will send this input. I will expect this output. My application need to transform this input to this output. That is my actual activity. So to get the information of postman, I am configuring the default configuration. My function is focused on the transformation. Here the interesting part comes. So in our application, to exclude the database script, we have a component called transform message component, right? This component is used to exclude the database script. We define the database script inside this transform message component. If you open the transform message component, this is a transform message component and you have the input. This is a input section. It's a script section. Output, don't bother about output. I'll tell you about output section. In the script section, I will write the database code. So I'm copying the database code from here. Paste in the script section. We have to have an input, though. Yeah. Now I'm just running this application. I want to tell you more about the transform message components. It's very important component. Most important component in Mule. So there's so much to discuss about this component. You know database multiple. You know places to use this component. I'll tell you once we discuss it. Oh yeah, definitely. You're right. This is the magic thing, right? This is the what Mule is good for, right? Transforming one message to another message. Yeah. But do you run this program without input? I'm not sure. Exactly. We can configure the input also that I will show you how to configure the input of the component. Oh, so the thing we are doing in the playground, right? The thing we can do over here also using transform message component, but it is slow. Okay, so we need more time to generate the output. Oh, it is very fast and very effective. In practice, I recommend the playground. Let me see if I explain. I have issued a tool. I deployed some server with the same 8081 port. So probably 8081 is not working for me. Oh yeah. So it started. So let me open that's a postman. Local metadata 81. I use the path as a basic and the post method the body. And the XML as my input. What input I'm sending is I see now that's your input now. I got this as an output. So my new application takes this XML and transforms and returns this JSON file. This one has sent as a payload to the application. So this is that payload is given to this transform message. Right. The transform message. Transform. It's going to store on the payload. And check that's this one right. A similar thing if you want to execute on the playground. Go to the playground once. I recommend before putting the code in I recommend to put there. Whatever the code you practice in the playground is working. Good, then remove the transform message component. Put the playground and the input section of the MySQL. My input is XML. Copy that input. What's the script we're going to execute? Copy the code. Return the code. So we got output right. Similar thing we achieved actually. The question is, we achieved that output right. So now we can analyze how how this code that I just executed, the entire thing is payload. Payload order product. Payload order buyer. So buyer is the child of order, right? So this one, right? So that's it. This is self-explanatory, right, Adam? Hello. Adam, you there? Yeah, I'm here. So you're right, it's self-explanatory. So address one is a kind of variable, right? Field, yeah. It's a label, yeah. Yeah. And you put payload order buyer address. Address one city content, their output fields. How we are getting the value for this output fields? Output fields are for city. How do you get the value of city? I'm getting a cent. How are we getting this value? I'm getting value from the input. How are we getting input? Payload. Order by city. But I understand everything from the buyer and that's all the blow. But the address one city, county, email. Those are just a label. Yes, they're labels, output fields. This is the fields we want in the output, right? We're interested on this field. Yeah, okay. Therefore, how we are fetching value for these fields? They are from the input. So now, the transform message payload. Actually, this playground is introduced by Mule nearly 1 year ago. Before 1 year, there is no playground. Everything we do is transform. 1 year, yeah. So people are struggling with the transform message. So they provided this playground so that we can easily, we can easily see the things right. So before that, how we do is, there is something like here a define metadata what. You create some sample input. So yeah, you have a sample and you import a sample, right? You put sample, I put file. Store file names. You don't have a dot there. I think you have a comma there. I store the input. Transform message component. Define metadata, I click on that. Set metadata. My input is email. I will sample in my example depending on one of the file in my so. Browser file example file. Resources. I think you have a comma. You don't have a dot in the file name. You can track that. That was quick. Usually it's very fast but time, so it is mine. What is the order? XML ID. Oh. Now go to metadata. I click set metadata. The input is not seen. Input is not done. Using not seen one just for an example. Set that example. Resource. The order XML. Yeah. So once you set the order XML file, you can see the hierarchy got loaded right. This order. Like that one. So expand this transform message component. You can able to see the order got loaded over here, that XML. You know that structure, object, structure. Even you can see the preview section over here. You can see the preview, how the transformation happened. And what is the result of the transformation? Similar like playground, but it takes time to execute that script. See, playground is super fast, but it takes time. Yeah. Even we changes the thing and we can see that how the script is executing. How is it is returning other stuff. See, we got output right, this output. So sometimes right, they will provide. Very rarely we have input and output. For example, we have input document and output document also. Sample output also. So in that case, what I can do is I create the output also. Output also. This has name. Something like output. So you create an output. Yeah, I'm creating output document, output file. JSON. I'm copying this output. Yeah. Alright. You have input document and output document. Okay. And in the transform message. For example, I'm creating this transform message. You wanna create mapping between this input and output. So I'm setting input document here. Select metadata. Sort. Select metadata. I'm going to output. I keep on this. Oh, that's what the output's for. Getting at. Output item getting. My output type is of JSON. SEM. It's depending on the source name, the name, and source is port. This is not so good. Sure, Italy app. Fortunately, hey my object is not loading completely. You can see the load. You can see the fields of output also. Then you can graphically map field to field. Oh, I'm sorry. I can say an example. What is some reason my output is not loading? Get metadata. This JSON, it is quite easy. We need not create a document also. So right click on this. There is some issue. This JSON is not compliant. We need to back this JSON to be compliant. Right click on this, okay? This is just a bit of data. That is about I'll tell you how to set this one, Adam. For some reason my ID is not. Yeah, it's not cooperating. I see that. So, this transform is just component. What we can do is, we discuss the capability. So you can map it. The goal is to map right. Yeah, the goal is map from input to output. Graphically we can map. Yeah. Drag and drop. We can map the fields. Input output fields. So that we generate the data script. Oh, it will create a script for you. Yeah, exactly. But the condition is you need to have input and output samples ready in your hand. If you have the samples ready, you can configure it and we can map the fields and we generate the data script. So that's the story. Then what we can do is, if your input is JSON, for example, let's see the example. Let me see, the input is JSON example. So I am giving this link in your. Go through this one. DataWeave examples. Go through these examples and execute these examples in your playground first. And then you can execute in your any transform research component. Here is my chart. I am seeing that it's a chart. Yeah, I think that chart. You can see this link. Yeah, see that. You can find different kinds of examples. Input for each example. They can provide input, output and script. All these three things. I recommend. Copy the script to the playground script section and input the input and output and see how the things are. It's a little complex. In the playground tutorial, the things are very simple. Yep. So these are little complex things. But it's very interesting. So it's good that if you have any questions, we discuss on them. Don't worry. Okay, sounds good. Right. So, a little we discuss about this transform research component and we can come to the session. All right. So the transformation component, you can come to the input. If you have a good example, for example, we have JSON data. We did not create a file also. We can edit sample data. We can put some JSON sample data over here, like this. Some sample data. If you have any JSON document over here, now in the data view code, can do something like payload name. This is JSON. Yeah. So one thing you need to keep in mind that if you are transforming to XML, you need to take care of the root node. Always without root node, the XXML is not valid. Yes. And give personalized root node over here. If you give personalized, payload name, it won't accept. It's not accepting. Okay, you're getting that, but always. You're only one thing. If you want to define inside, you need to. You need to do the root node over here. I can't define multiple things like this person name. And I want to do something like this won't accept. In case of XML. But the two fields, one field is not right. So it has to be XML format. If you have always, you need to take a root node. See here, you only want. Here I'm mapping only one value. So that person is okay, fine. But if you're mapping multiple values, for example here, it is like this person Adam equal to. Not assume this is your input. Okay, and this input I want to transform to XML. So here this thing I want to put inside a function. I'm sorry, person XML. Person XL as root here person instead of person, right? Person has a name. Person has a city. Designation. I want to put these three fields inside this person. So to define that, what we can do is open a curly brace. Now this curly brace, if you open this thing, this body, it creates the person tag. You know, opening closing tag. Inside this person, there are 3 fields out there, right? Now you can use the name field. It creates the first field. You want second field, city field, you can put here comma. 1 second line. And payload city. You want to do spelling mistake and payload. Or do you want to use a role here in the output, not in the designation? Payload design. Alright? See, you can do it here. So this I am creating using transformations component. Right. So using transformations component is there are similar multiple things we can discuss in transformation component. This is very important component. We can discuss that thing. And we move on to the next critical aspects of this program. This data. Alright? We will practice this other things. So far we discussed up to functions. Right. That's right. So we discussed up to the functions. We are discussing functions. The name of function is very just. For a function, you need to give the name. You need to use the keyword called fun. Fun is the keyword to describe a function, define a function. So this is the function. At is a function, these 2 parameters, and this is the function. Let me quickly copy this thing. See, I am calling the add function and passing 1, 2 as parameters. It adds that 1, 2 passes to nm, written as 3, 9. You can do like this. You can do something like that. You need to write a copy of each argument. You can do like this. Number. It is also one way of defining the function. Do not give number by default, it will take because we are passing 1 and 2. It reads as a number, but this is also one way, do not confuse it. So it is smart enough to know this is the number. Yes. So I have a question. So I see that output right now is 3, it does the calculation. And so in this section, what makes the print? I do not know. What I am saying is that you did not create a variable to print the result. I thought somehow you have to say print add or. Here I am just passing 2 strings. It is a concatenation operator. Yes. So this is very simple. Fun begins from here from the lambda, expressions from lambda. Here it is become little critical. But do not worry. Lambda means it is a function without a name. There is no name given to the function. Right. Let me take a simple example. This is a simple example. Actually, here in the body, given an expression like this. So the function is written in 2 plus 3. Function written in 5. Value is 5. 2 plus 3, 5. To call that function, we need to do this. Close the arrow and open the arrow. So this is called unnamed function. There is no name function. This is called lambda. Unnamed function? Yeah, this is called lambda. There is no name. So anything. Every time you see two phrases like that or parentheses like that together, in lambda it is a function. And if it has some name, it will be there. Otherwise it is unnamed function. So if you see some good example, you can understand over here. This thing I think we discussed in the realization. So here there is no name to this function. And name returns endless. So what I am doing is I am assigning this function to a variable. Now variable becomes function. I am assigning a function to the variable. Now this variable becomes function. So this variable, I can pass the arguments. I am sorry, I can. I can use this variable as a function now. Right. So this is just a lab. So that example you had. And so it looks like we defined the function before the argument. Right. What is it? What is the screen that has? Yeah. So here we're saying that on the header we say variable color add. And it's equal to a function. Right? And the function has two arguments. Right. Two primaries n, m. And we want m plus m. Right? So, and in the party we're calling n. The function programming, right? Yeah, and same. We can pass the functions as a value to the variables. That's right. I do that all the time. But what's different here is that the body has add, right? The body has the word add and 2 and 3, right? Inside the inode 2 and 3 are like, some kind of a primary argument. Primary that we pass into the function, right? I understand that part. What's not clear is that the header, the add, is a variable. It's clear because it has a var, right? But the body, the word add within the followed by the. Followed by the adding the body is. Is that how you call a function? This one, right? That's the. I would just want to understand that. I understand 2 and 3. We're passing but the add and is that saying? So explain to me the connection between the. I know the first add on the header is that's a variable. I know that. Because it has a var add, right? But the second add in the body. How does he know? And is a variable, or how does he know it is a function? The word add, let me do one thing. scope is playground. Yeah, it is a playground, right? Now I'm creating a variable, something. This time you print the name. The name is whatever. You know this variable I'm printing. So yeah, if variable holds what it holds a string. Yeah, add variable holds what it holds. The function. Normal in this doesn't hold normal single integer. It's also function. Yeah, also function. You call this variable. We use this variable. We need to pass the arguments. Whatever that function is required. Therefore, we need to, pass this one. We need to call that way by passing the arguments. Then add and the body is acting like a function. Then it's not a variable anymore. Yes, exactly. A function. That's right. In other scripts I use it. So if I'm doing this, that means I'm calling a function called add to n. I'm passing this information so that it can does the calculation on. Return the result back, right? And so it looks like you know it. Assign the function to this variables. Therefore, it is a variable function. Now, which is a function? It's function now. Oh. So its function is a function that's passing and that's passing to a parameter into the. You know the function, call add. It is not storing the outcome of function. It's storing entire function only. It's storing the function, only storing. It's not storing outcome of function. You can do like this if you want to. Store outcome. What we can do is we can put something like this, like a var something. We can capture the outcome to some field. I like that. Add stores entire function. Add now it's no more a variable actually. It becomes function because the storing a function into the variable. Right. Oh, but add also the outcome. So this is really an interesting way of coding stuff. So in a way that's very simple, which is you're passing the add to this and 2 or 3. Right. It goes up there. And then it does that calculation. Then if you want to print, you could do that to print. Oh, I think I got it now. I'm sure you got outcome. Yeah, I need to practice more. Create an on a lambda function that does the same as a is or then function. These are what is the function. So it's not like a math. See here the creator create an is or num function which is use one parameter that returns to the fan or number or false. Yeah. This part function in the body of the username function. It ends. You know what the right. Yeah. Yeah. If it's so, it's divided by 2. Then is some of my past with us. If a number 2, this function, I will pass a number. Number 1, 2 is equal to 1. Right? Activates by 2. It is even number. If it is 1 comes, it is a odd number, right? It's not a way. Yeah. That function. That is true number, right? He's on. The past, that is even number. It is even. Right. So this is a function. What is? We didn't call lambda function that the same as the username function. But you will take the size. The lambda should receive one parameter and return true. That parameter is odd number and false. So what we do with the lambda? So what I they say what I'm saying is a lambda. Yeah. It's not. And plus. So this time you are not going to use if statement. Use a lambda. This entire thing is lambda from here to here. So it was to number that. I think the first part is understand. So, oh, you just don't use if. What? Right. This thing. I can put somebody in there. I can't explain. I think I'm following this. The other, if you use on the lambda, I don't see. The only thing I see is that, dash greater sign. That's only thing. What makes this a statement? Erland. I see this is a, what's lambda? Lambda is an enabled function. So if you see this arrow right, okay. This is before arrow is argument. Okay. The code after arrow is a body of the function. It's like this, right? So this part of it gets executed by taking parameters from the parameter list. Yes. You call it lambda. Before I wrote it, it's a parameter list argument. The body. The thing is executed for a function. So for this there is no name because it's a lambda. Right. Okay. Lambda is assigned to the username variable. Now this variable holding the function. This variable has a function. Right. So yeah. Now instead of here what I can do is add name. Yeah. You need to use. Right. Yeah. Is in. So what is saying is what the value in this year. So now important thing is we need to define a lambda. How do you define a lambda? Right. Okay, so now we need to store the function. That variable. That's important. Always store the number. Okay, when we are defining. If you define lambda, it should be stored in a variable. So can you keep that line? Keep the line by the way it is. And create a new line. For lambda to compare with. New line. Yes. Just keep the new line. Keep that line the way it is. Maybe open a new line. No. Bring back. Go back again. So go to the end. Go all the way to the end and hit enter. All the way to the end. Hit that. Then hit enter. Then let's clear the lambda. I want to see the difference. So now we are storing the function. We are not storing any variable because it is not valid. Whereas if you create like this something, yeah, some variable, it's a variable that puts this number is put. Is that like a lambda? The second one. Yeah, you want to use this way. How you pass variable? Just put a variable. Variable name. And variable is say no more is a normal variable. It's a function variable, right? It takes argument. So we need to pass that argument. So argument if you pass some 30, it is, how is it 30? Yeah. Number plus 1, it's incrementing by 1, right? So now we are storing the function. So line 3 is a lambda or normal expression. Line 3. This one. Yeah. This one is lambda. We are storing inside this variable is, whereas this is also lambda. This lambda function is storing in a inc by one variable. Yeah. So they both lambda. Both are. These variables are holding lambdas. Variables that are holding lambda functions. Lambda function. I got it? Got. If you want to use those variables, we need to use those variables as a functions, not as a normal variable. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think that's what my confusion was, but now it's clear that it's a lambda function, like a variable, like acting like a lambda. Yeah. 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 Okay, we can pass a function as an argument to another function. Okay, so 1 second. So fill. So the first one is a function. So fill. Numbers and an index. And it's going to go to addnum. Then we say n, what will that n was? Yeah, the n make 2 equal 1. So go ahead, explain please. So in data we have higher order functions. For a function, we can pass another function as argument. See, this is filter as a function actually. It's a predefined function. It's a standard function. Yeah, filter. So it takes 2 arguments. First argument is an array. Second argument, we are passing a function as an argument. Right? It's no longer. We are not passing integer or string, the function. We are passing function as a second argument. So let me go back to here and let me go to this one. Lambdas are values just like strings, objects and unions. What is the lambda values? Values can be passed to functions and arguments as the related functions. So out of these 5, I need to know all numbers. Right, that's it. Oh. So numbers. For that, there is a standard function called filter is available in the data. It takes 2 arguments. First argument is the array what we want to filter. Here I want to filter this. Yeah. Second argument is a condition on what, in case of what condition you want to filter this array. That condition I am passing as a lambda function. This condition passing lambda function. For example, let me take one. Take one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Taking this array, I am executing this condition. Okay. And he is going to index that right 1 through 5. That's crazy, man. Now I understand. And we say it's Adnam and it's passing 1. Now, yeah. If you pass either a number of 1, it returns C. It returns 1, right? Because 1 mod 2 is equal to 1. Right. Okay. In this space. Right. In this space. What is 2 mod 2? It is not equal to 1. 2 mod 2 is 0 actually. So here what happens? This becomes false actually. Right. So it returns false. If it returns false, this 2 will not pass to the filter. It will not print. Angst. It gives the enjoyability of each number 1 through 5. Is it able to you know? So this one line 9 I understand. Now it moves to line 4. And line 4 it grabs the number 1. And we are saying n equal to whatever that number was. By 2 equal to 1. So here where is the which line prints the output? One through 5. What happens is you are passing the same input, right? And what this returns? Put them in the index. And it's passing 1 at a time. Yeah, okay. 2 is odd number. Right. Now assume 1 entered to this function. It's become 1, right? So if this is an executes, what it returns? It returns true or false. So 1 divided by 2 is false. First 1 will go right, 1 will go. 2 is 1. 1 mod 2 is equal to 1. Yeah, 1 is 1, 1 mod 2 is equal to 1. So is equal to 1. 1 is equal to 1 means true, right? Okay, yeah. That's true. This entire thing from here to here returns true. Returns true means this one will go to the output. 1 is a 0. Okay, I see. And second 2 will go. 2 more 2 is equal to 0. 0 is equal to 1. Is not equal to 1. Yeah, it is false. So 2 will go to the output. When 3 will go? 3 mod 2 is equal to 1. It satisfies like 5 will go. Therefore, we get this result. So in the filter operator write the filter is a function. Array and the second is the condition. If condition is true, right, that element is eligible. If condition is false, that element is not eligible. That is the meaning of it. Yeah, so only it is going to display or output, it is only going to print whatever the filter, whatever meet the filter. Yeah. Here are some more examples. Same example. Filter this given array so it contains numbers that are greater than 3 using a lambda. So I think I added this. So filter payload and index and negative greater than 3. Filter is a function, right? This is a payload actually. This is a payload. And what my requirement is, in this payload, I need to filter items which are greater than 3. 0 is not eligible. Minus 30 is eligible. So only those items, those are greater than 3. I need to filter it. So the word N here, the letter N, here it is the data in the payload. This is the first time it is 0, second time 5, third 30 minus 30. Likewise, first time 0 will come over here. As 0 is equal to 0 greater than 3 false, right? Go to the output section and 5 will come over here. 5 greater than 3 is true. This becomes true. So I could use any letter like element N. I don't have to use N. You can put anything. It's also fine. Oh, so that's what the filter expects. Okay here. So now I'm putting everything in the payload, in the filter. I could be more specific if I want it, right? Like a payload does something whatever. That is right. But still say that, for example, in a different example. This one. I understand you're putting a filter everything in the payload, right? Yeah. In another example. For example, if you're filtering like a string or something, you could use payload. Then whatever that JSON is, say for example, you're looking for a person, last name starts with M, for example, right? And you can do filter payload. The last name, right? Let me put that. Whatever you said, put it here. Like this, okay. So we can say here filter like payload last name, right? Yeah, payload. And say for example like that last name. Oh, payload, okay. Alright. So the condition is we say like alright, last name. The index. I don't know. Wait a second. Last name starts with E. First name. Last name starts with E. Okay, got it. To resolve reference of that. Oh, that last name. Oh, maybe do double quotation on the E. On. Yeah, yeah, that's right. The format was not correct. Oh. You do not restart back to command. Filter each item and put them in index. Are we saying that if the item that last name starts with E, show display? Alright. I think, yeah, this is really good. I need to practice, but I think it's a very useful function. We can also see the same example. What is good? This case, right? What's the requirement is? The price is greater than 5. So the price is 4. We want the item which price is greater than 5. So item here index. Then we say item that last, item that price. Then greater than 5. Yes. Actually, this is the lambda. The internal the filter is set, this parameter right. Yeah. Comma index. This is from lambda from stacks. Oh. Filter is actually. What is filter here? Function. Filter is a function. 3 different functions for the data. It's 2 arguments actually, right? I think that's the thing that I need to remember. So, sort of filter like this with this filter accepts 2 parameters, 2 arguments. Is it? Yeah, 2 right. Right? What are those 2 arguments? What is the first argument? First one is the item which is the list. Oh no, not here. Not here actually, you see. Filter actually accepts the first argument is the array. Okay? And the second argument is the condition. The condition. This is the condition. What condition? The price should be greater than this condition. So this condition is excluded on the array. What is this array? And we get the, I like how you put it right now. This is good. This is, you can also write like this, right? Filter, then the source or whatever the input is right. Plus the condition. First item, first argument is the array. Collection. Array, yeah. The condition. On what page you want to filter that array? The first. So item index greater than 5. Wow, this is good. I like how it's written right now than before. In the data, this is one way. Some people like in this manner. Some people put this in the front. This first argument you can pass as a, yeah, this is like a more complex, more like advanced way. But the previous way is much simpler to understand. Yeah, sometimes. But I get it right now. So, no matter where you put this one, you can. This function is act as a, oh, got it now? I'll do an example so that you can get an idea. function as an array. So later you filter with the functions. We will pass a condition right, condition lambda. The same one we discussed in fixed notation. Fixed notation means CR function name. Argument 1a first. We will pass arguments to function right. In this equation, first we put argument 1, then function name and argument. Like I described over there. Argument 1 function name. And this is our year. Yeah, but in fixed notation. So, like when you do an exam certification, they ask you all that. Or they want to ask like, what is the scenarios? And they will expect the answer for the scenarios. Some kind of small problems. Next, we see about the connectivity of our two different target systems. Like I said, database JM and system and Salesforce. But can we do that? Can we do that though, while we build in a project? But I suggest you do examples for each use case. You want to connect to database, for example, how to connect to JMS and how to connect, how to send the message to queue. If you practice those things, then we build the project. That would be good. Sounds good. Alright, we'll do that then. So this next one. So you're saying, learn how to connect to the JMS? Yeah. First, database and JMS. Database and JMS are very simple. You can do. Maybe we do this Saturday and Sunday. We'll do the first project. So I recommend both of all these examples. Once study this one. Yeah. Any questions, any doubts, email me on the WhatsApp. You can email me your questions. So I can respond back right away with your clarification. Yeah. Or else the solution for many problems. So you can quickly finish up your practice. I can say now, these three are important. I think training is quite obvious. But if you feel, however, you can come back with the questions that you also find. Want to quickly wrap it up, or else we want training. Also, I can have you to provide, to discuss these examples for all these things. Excellent. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.